I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Lincoln-Lancaster County Planning Commission of September 4th, 2019. A printed agenda is available outside the hearing room, and a copy of the full agenda, including staff reports, is available at the front of the chambers with the clerk. The Open Meetings Act is posted just inside the doors at the back of the room. If you parked in the parking garage across the street to the north, the gate is open and no parking coupons are necessary. Out of courtesy for those attending this meeting, the commissioners and the staff, cellular phone usage is not permitted in these chambers during any portion of this meeting. We appreciate your cooperation. If you are here to speak on special permit 19035, the proposed poultry operation, please note that the public hearing on this application is being delayed until October 2nd, 2019, our Planning Commission hearing on that date. Because the applicant is submitting a revision to the initial submittal, it will not be necessary to re-advertise the public hearing notice and re-notify adjacent property owners. No testimony will be taken on this application at today's hearing. So if you're here to testify in the poultry, now's your time to leave. The Planning Commission action today is final on the following agenda items. 1.3, Comprehensive Plan Conformance 19009. 1.6, County Special Permit 19039. 1.7, Special Permit 363C. And 4.2, Special Permit 19036. Any aggrieved person may appeal final action of the Planning Commission to the City Council or the County Board by filing a notice of appeal with the clerk within 14 days following the action of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission action on all other items is a recommendation to City Council or County Board. The first item of business is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting held August 21st, 2019.
So moved, Campbell.
Second, Beckius.
Jerry?
Okay. Albadre?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Finnegan?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Shear?
Yes.
Ryman Yost?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Core.
Yes.
Motion carried 9-0.
The next item of business is...
Chair, I would just, under the announcement regarding the special permit 19035, I believe the chair indicated that it is not necessary to re-advertise. It actually is necessary because of that that change to the initial application. So we will be re-advertising and re-notifying adjacent property owners. Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay.
All right, next item of business is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda will be called at the same time and will not be scheduled for a separate public hearing unless there is a request from someone wishing to speak or at the request of a commission member. I will ask Jerry to read all of the consent agenda items into the record. Once those items are read, she will ask if there is anyone wishing to speak. If you wish to speak on an item on the consent agenda, we would ask that you stand and state that item. That item will then be removed from the consent agenda and scheduled as a separate public hearing under Section 3 of today's agenda. All items remaining on the consent agenda will be voted upon in total with a motion for approval. Jerry, will you please call items on the consent agenda?
Yes, before I start reading the items on the consent agenda, I want to note that there's a couple items that are coming off the consent agenda, and there may be additional ones once we get through reading them. But the ones that I am aware of right now are Street and Alley Vacation 19006, which is item 1.2B. That would be scheduled for a separate public hearing. Item 1.3 is Comprehensive Plan Conformance 19009. That will have separate action as we've received a written request on behalf of the applicant for a 2-week deferral of that item. Item 1.8, Text Amendment 19005, will also be removed from the consent agenda and scheduled for a separate public hearing. Okay. Item 1.1 is Comprehensive Conformance 18017, to review as to conformance with the Lincoln-Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan, a request to declare .53 acres of City of Lincoln property as surplus on property generally located at the northwest corner of North 12th, and Oak Streets. Item 1.2A is Comprehensive Plan Conformance 19008 to review as to conformance with the 2040 Lincoln Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan, a proposed amendment to the Lincoln Center redevelopment plan to add the Campion Housing Project on property generally located from 9th to 10th and from L to M Streets. Item 1.4 is Comprehensive Plan Conformance 19010 to review as to conformance with the 2040 Lincoln Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan, a proposed amendment to the Lincoln Center redevelopment plan to add the Huber Building redevelopment project on property generally located at 803 Q Street. And item 1.5 is Comprehensive Plan Conformance 19011 to review as to conformance with the 2040 Lincoln Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan, a request to declare city-owned property as surplus on property generally located at 840 West O Street. Item 1.6, a special permit 19039 to allow for an expanded home occupation for the sale of firearms on property generally located at 9700 Raymond Road. Item 1.7 is special permit 363C to allow for the expansion of a non-conforming parking lot in the front yard setback on property generally located at 1551 South 70th Street. I would note that this is final action on items, see if I can get this here, 1.6 and 1.7. And those, it's final action unless appealed to either the county board or the city council within 14 days. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on these consent agenda items?
I don't see any.
Is there anyone here wishing to speak on any of these consent agenda items that I've read? If so, please stand and state that item.
Item special permit number 19039.
Okay, very good. That will be removed from the consent agenda for a separate public hearing.
Any others?
Yes, I'd like to speak on the number again, 19039.
Okay. Got that one?
Yep, we've got that one.
Would like to speak also on that for a bit.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Thank you. It will have a separate public hearing, so I'll have your opportunity then.
Any other applications on the consent agenda that people are here to speak about? Okay. So I'd entertain a motion.
Move approval of consent agenda items still on the consent agenda.
Second, Campbell.
Okay. Jerry?
Okay, I just want to make note that we are removing items 1.2B, 1.3, 1.6, and 1.8.
Sounds good.
Yes, thank you. Albadre?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Finnegan?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Shear?
Yes.
Ryman Yost?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Core.
Yes.
Motion carried 9-0.
I will now ask Jerry to call the request for deferral.
Okay, we have received a written request on behalf of Lincoln Electric System for a 2-week deferral of Comprehensive Plan Conformance 19009 to review as to conformance with the 2040 Lincoln Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan to amend the City of Lincoln's 6-year capital improvement program from fiscal year 2018-19 to 2023-24 by adding the expansion of an existing LES substation on property generally located at 2208 North 56th Street. And this would defer this application to September 8th, to the September 18th Planning Commission hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Jerry?
Is that Beckius?
Yes, Beckius.
Thank you. Albadre?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Finnegan?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Shear?
Yes.
Ryman Yost?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Core.
Yes.
Motion carried 9-0.
Is there anyone here wishing to testify on the Comprehensive Plan Conformance 19009 today rather than waiting until the September 18th, 2019 hearing? Okay. We will now proceed to the public hearings. The staff will make a brief presentation. The applicant will then be requested to present his or her testimony, followed by those who wish to testify in support, followed by those who wish to testify in opposition. The staff will then be given an opportunity to respond to the testimony, and then the applicant shall have an opportunity for rebuttal. If, during your testimony, you have copies of documents or materials you would like distributed to the Planning Commission members and/or included as part of the record, please provide that information to the clerk for distribution. Each person testifying should state their name and address and shall have 5 minutes to speak unless additional time is requested and granted. The timer will go off after 4 minutes, then you will have 1 minute to wrap up your testimony. The Planning Commission will vote immediately at the close of the public hearing unless the Commission votes to defer action or continue the public hearing. Jerry, will you please first call the first public hearing item?
Yes, and I would note that Commissioner Scheer has declared a conflict of interest on the Street and Alley Vacation 19006, which will be read as item 3.1. It is Street and Alley Vacation 19006 to vacate the north 142 feet of the alley adjacent to Lot 3, Block 86, Original Lincoln Subdivision, generally located between 9th and 10th Streets and M and L Streets. Staff recommendation is conformity with the comprehensive plan. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed?
I don't see any. George?
Thank you. George Wesselhoff, Planning Department. The location in question is between M&L Street, 9th and 10th Street, just 2 blocks to the north of our current location here. And the alley right-of-way in question is not the entire alley right-of-way in that block, but rather the northern half of the north-south alley. There's also an east-west alley which runs from the north-south alley right-of-way to South 10th Street. And so the remaining alley would consist of an L-shaped alley that would connect L Street to South 10th. This request is to accommodate the redevelopment of the west and northeast parts of the block. As part of that project, all of the existing structures in the project area would be demolished, and a new 7-story, 340,000 square foot student housing building would be constructed. So there are existing utilities in this alley right-of-way. Most notably, there's a sanitary sewer line that was identified as part of the review that will have to be either preserved through an easement or relocated at developers' applicants' expense. There's also LES, electrical infrastructure, that's in the alley right-of-way. And then I would mention that subsequent to the completion of the staff report, there were some very specific issues that came about concerning this property owner, the B&J Partnership Building. There are actually 3 issues that were identified. The first concerned truck turning movements, not semi-trucks, but rather straight trucks, having an issue with turning the new L-shaped alley that would be remaining. There's also a service door at the northwest part of that B&J Partnership Building that is part of that concern. The second concern that was raised was the sanitary sewer relocation and potential impact to the building. And then third, with the closure of the alley to the north and the topography or contours, potential damming of water or stormwater concern. And so LTU staff and planning are looking at those. There have been discussions on that. As far as the sanitary sewer, the relocation of that would likely be around 10th Street and M Street. There are 2 services to the B&J Partnership Building, so those would need to be accounted for. As far as the stormwater concern, there was design information submitted for a new storm drain to resolve that issue. Watershed still needs additional calculations. That's in the works. I have not heard that there's any resolution yet to the turning movement concern as far as the truck movement concern. And so because of these issues that appear unresolved, staff would recommend a 2-week delay on action on this item.
Any questions for George right now? Is the applicant here? Do they want to speak?
I believe so.
Okay, I think we're ready for them.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Tom Houston. My address is 233 South 13th Street, Suite 1900 here in Lincoln. Appearing before you today on behalf of Campion Development. With me today is Carter Page and Paige Prector, who are principals of Campion Development. Campion Development is a New Orleans-based housing developer, which includes purpose-built student housing. The street and alley vacation in context, I think, is important for you to understand. It's not a random street and alley vacation. It really pertains to a project. So I want to describe a little bit about the project. The project is a 7-story structure containing 134 dwelling units. There are 120 suites on floors 3 through 7. And then there also is an internal parking garage that provides in excess of 260 parking stalls that will be skinned or have on its perimeter 14 townhomes to activate that first floor area. As it relates to the plan amendment that was on your consent agenda that you just approved, there's a couple key points that I think it's important to understand in context of this, that the downtown housing project is consistent with the comprehensive plan of objective of increasing density. It's consistent with the 2018 master plan. And I did want to point out that the 2018 master plan that was approved in December include one of its catalyst projects was the green area that was proposed for M Street. And this project will really allow the city to kick that effort off. That was really intended to be a 5-year effort, but this project will allow that to occur on a much quicker basis, at least the first block of that greenway along M Street. The project's also consistent with the South Haymarket neighborhood plan. I mean, when you think about this block, you don't really think of South Haymarket, but the South Haymarket study does include this block as really the transition area from the South Haymarket to the greater downtown area, and trying to increase density and increase height of the buildings as you move into the downtown area. And then lastly, the staff report does indicate that the project is consistent with the Lincoln Center redevelopment plan of compact development, increasing density, et cetera. So in that context, George is correct that the alley vacation sought for this, the footprint of the building would include the north 142 feet of this the alleyway. And currently there are the two utilities. There's a sanitary sewer line that would have to be relocated, and also there's overhead electrical utilities that will have to be relocated. The staff report itself says that the alley vacation is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and we do understand, and we have been in discussions with the adjoining neighbor, the B&J Partnership, which owns really the southeast corner of this block, and the three issues raised were the sanitary sewer. Our civil engineer has come up with a relocation plan that has been tentatively approved by the city. I mean, the full engineering has not been completed, but obviously we're aware that the sanitary sewer will have to be relocated, and it will have to be connected to the property on the southeast corner owned by B&J Partnership to provide uninterrupted service. The stormwater drainage, the civil engineers have come up with a plan to address the drainage, the surface water drainage that is occurring in the alleyway. Obviously, the project itself will deal with its own surface water, their own stormwater issues. And then the other issue raised by B&J Partnership was really the access to the trucks. And our architect, the project architect, if this is the footprint of the L-shaped building, we believe that we can create an area within our building to really serve as a notched area. Bad term, but it's probably not the architectural term for it, but a recessed area to allow trucks accessing the southeast corner owned by B&J Partnership to really drive in, and we're willing to grant an easement for that purpose so that they can continue to have access to their dock, and that is really located at the northwest corner. So the other issue I really wanted to raise with you is that my clients are here from out of town. I don't think they really need to testify, but we have an important schedule for this project because, like most housing projects, certainly student housing projects, there's a hard end. You have to be open and ready for occupancy by a date certain. And we have a schedule mapped out, so I'm going to ask you to actually move this issue along to the city council. I'm going to ask you to vote on the matter today because the question that you're asked is not material to the concerns that are being raised. We will have to get those issues resolved before we go to city council. But the question that is posed to the planning commission is whether or not it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, and I would suggest to you it is. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Dick?
Tom, can you give me the height of that niche? Is it
Not
going to
been
allow?
designed- It's part of the parking area, so that parking bay area is going to have a 20-foot height.
Okay,
So
would it have the full 20 foot?
yeah,
So it will allow, let's say, a taller truck to get in.
a panel van of some type would be able to pull in there and then back up to the loading dock, I think without any difficulty.
Okay,
I think that is
Thank
the
you.
plan.
Can you put that picture back up and show us, like, point to where that little niche is going to be?
Yeah, and it's kind of depicted on this site plan as this white area. This is part of the parking garage. You can see that this is the first floor level, and this area right here is really kind of the back of the house for the project. That's where a lot of in fact, we had a meeting with LAS this morning, and that's where we're really proposing to put the transformer and switchgear and all that requirement. But I think, and there is a 20-foot height because we have a podium that is really 20 feet in height, and that utility area will have that 20-foot height. So that is the area that we're proposing, that we're certainly willing to grant an easement for the use of the adjoining property owner for as long as that building exists.
So really what you're thinking is they can turn in off of 10th Street and go straight back and then
Correct.
can hit the
We
loading
recognize,
dock.
right now, I think they access this corner by driving north, and if we remove that north leg of the alley, they won't have that option anymore, but I think we can accomplish the same objective by turning in that way. And
Sounds
it's an issue that we would have to get resolved with them. We had multiple conversations. We don't have it signed yet, but I think we have an agreement, at least working towards an agreement.
Any other questions for Mr. Houston right now? Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Testimony in support of this application. Testimony in opposition of this application. Are you two racing each other up here?
I was in heels, so. Good afternoon. My name is Ann Post. I'm an attorney with Baylor Evans Law Firm. I'm here on behalf of B&J Partnership Speedway Properties in opposition to street and alley vacation number 19006. And while we're in opposition to the street and alley vacation, we are in support of the Planning Department's recommendation to hold this for 2 weeks and have it come in front of the Planning Commission again. So the Planning Department ran through some of our concerns with the project. I will run through them again briefly, only with more pictures. And Tim Gergen here is an engineer with the project, and he can answer more specific questions should they come up. So the vacation of the north-south portion of this alley materially and substantially impacts our ability to access this building. See, here is a picture of the building. It can pull up. As you can see in the northwest corner, right up here, this is our overhead door used as a loading dock, used to load large, this is a trailer rental facility. If trailers need to be brought indoors, that's where you're going to do it. Thank you. And so this is a picture of that. So by eliminating the north-south alley, trucks can no longer use the north-south alley to access this door. And as you can see, I've got a few exhibits to show how this is going to impact their turning radius and their ability to access this door. So as you can see, this is approaching from the south, and to be able to make that L-shaped alley turn, we're going to be able, the current configuration of the Campion project does not allow space for that. Here's a depiction of our ability to actually pull a vehicle into that loading dock. As you can see, we'll need substantially more room than is available with that L-shaped alley. Also involved in this issue is how the grade of the east-west alley is going to affect the current property. And so I know it was touched on, but I wanted to give you a better idea of what that grade actually looks like. If we could. If you can see this, I think that if we stand next to it, that's about an 8 feet right there. I think maybe Tim can give us a better idea of the numbers. But as you can see, that is a substantial grade. So our concerns with that are both how access is going to be preserved. You saw the turnaround radius that we're going to need to be able to access that overhead door, and how we're going to be able to do that with this grade. So how this grade is going to be handled. Next is that we need to maintain access to the parking lot on the east side of the building. So that is, we need to be able to maintain access to the parking over here through that alley. And the question is how we're going to be able to do that, and how the grade is going to affect that with this project. And finally, looking at that grade, what we're doing with the 7-story building is creating an area that's going to be in shadow. That means there's going to be snow and ice back there in this area for approximately 4 months of the year. So the question is how that's going to be handled. Well, that needs to be taken into consideration with this grade. I know that the applicant showed us some ideas of how access can be handled with an easement through their building. That showed an approach from that east-west alley. And again, that looks like a great starting point of a conversation. The question is how that can be possible with this type of grade in that east-west alley. It's something that's going to need to be addressed and thus far isn't. Again, we have questions. What needs to be addressed are issues with utilities, where they're going to be located and how that's going to affect this property. And then finally, as suggested, drainage. It sounds like the applicant has ideas for how to deal with this. We haven't heard any of those ideas yet. This has come to, the vacation of this alley recently came to our client's attention. As was stated, there have been meetings between the developer and my client to discuss these issues, and ideas of how to address them have been raised. There has been discussion, but as of yet, there is no formal agreement, there is no formal resolution. But we do believe, based on those discussions, based on everything that was presented before you today, which this morning was in discussion format, and it looks like some of it's been reduced to great ideas on paper. But as of now, we still need more time to work through those, to come to an agreement with those, and to have an agreement on how access, how drainage is going to be handled as this project moves forward. And it is appropriate to wait until those are resolved to move forward with this street and alley vacation. So with that, I will let Tim fill in any gaps that I have left and answer any questions.
Sure. Just a few ideas. This is a picture of the east-west alley. It's not in City of Lincoln design standards of an alley as far as the condition, nor is it in the grades. So that would be a condition that was not on the planning department website, or would be to improve this east-west alley if all of a sudden it's going to be used. Because right now the east-west alley is not being used very readily for these developments. This is the way the building's being, trucks are coming out and then it's coming out and going through in this direction. And so now all of a sudden the truck's going to have to back up and go this way or come around and come through this way. So this east-west alley is going to have to be addressed in the improvement project, as well as the drainage and the utilities. So right now all the stormwater drains down this alley, and so does the sanitary sewer. The applicant's engineer has come up with a solution, but it hasn't been fully vetted out to see if it will work yet. We haven't deciphered if the sanitary sewer service for this building can be drained back through these existing alleys, or if it has to go through an easement. Right now, the existing applicant's building goes over that easement and through that north-south alley, and I don't know if we want to have a, so that would be the building. And so right now, the sewer would have to go through the building, and as of right now, sewers are not allowed to be built through buildings or easements through that. So We have some items that we still have to work through. We think that there's a solution to all these problems, but we still haven't got them fully vetted out, and that's why we're agreeing with the planning department to have a 2-week delay.
Tim and/or Ann, how long do you think it would take to vet out those solutions?
Well, we actually just got word about this about Thursday of last week, and we've already met with the developer, and the engineers had some great ideas in these first 2 days. So I think a 2-week delay would be, we should be able to come up with something.
Is it something that could be resolved before the 4 weeks before they get to city council?
It possibly could. I think the issue we have is that the alley vacation, if it keeps moving forward, this is our time to speak if it doesn't work out, because the alley that is being requested to be vacated is not abutting the Speedway property, and so it could keep moving forward and severely hamper the abutting property owner's ability to access the site.
Would it help if the space where the trucks have to turn around was on the vacated alley portion instead of off to the west? Would that assist?
It could. I don't know how that would work with a straight truck. It would have to probably be on private property, which we would ask that easements be granted for that property for the truck turnaround.
I'm just trying to figure out if you'd rather have it going north-south rather than east-west.
It would be our druthers to have it north-south for sure.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah.
Tim, what about, with them entering off of L, could they not back out onto L again?
They could. I don't think transportation, LTU allows trucks backing out onto our downtown streets. Ideally, you always want to be heading out.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And can I get copies of those exhibits?
Any other testimony in opposition?
Thank you.
Okay, staff. George, you want to come back up? Does anyone else besides me have questions for George? Let's talk about that east-west alley. Is that included in the improvements of the project?
I'm not aware that it is.
Is that something, I can't remember, we had so many this time. Is this project going to apply for TIF?
I believe so. I'm not the expert on the project, but I believe so, yes.
So I guess it doesn't really matter, but could TIF funds be used for improving that east-west alley?
I would have to defer that question to urban development.
Okay.
Dan Marvin, Urban Development. Yes, this will be a tax increment financed project, and we're working through sources and uses right now. And the answer to your question is yes, we could use part of the TIF funds for that alley, yes.
Do you know if there are any improvements scheduled to that east-west alley portion?
At the moment, no, that I'm not aware of improvements that were, but certainly we're just working through sources and uses right now with an eye going to council 1st of October, or actually into September.
Okay. George, how do you feel about approving this now and letting them resolve it before it gets to city council?
So LTU has only just started looking at some of the solutions. The solution as far as turning movements on the proposed redevelopment property, staff just learned about that now. So we would still recommend the 2-week delay of action.
I was under the impression that an applicant can ask for a deferral, but it's frowned upon when it's not the applicant asking for the deferral. I don't know if maybe Steve can talk about that.
You're correct, except that we recommend in the circumstances where there's not adequate information that it is always appropriate to ask for a 2-week deferral for additional information. And that's what we're asking for in this circumstance is the questions that came up in terms of the storm sewer and the access to the corner. Those are things that were not caught earlier in the review, and those are things that we think should be solved prior to the Planning Commission making a recommendation on is this appropriate in conformance with the comprehensive plan. We think if it's going to deny access to the adjacent property owner's building, it wouldn't be in conformance to the comprehensive plan. It sounds like there's a solution out there, but we recommend that waiting 2 weeks for that additional information, good, I'm glad you brought that up, is appropriate in this case.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff?
No.
Okay. Applicant rebuttal.
Again, Tom Houston, appearing on behalf of Campion. I don't have anything specific I need to say to you, I don't think, other than the schedule is important for a development project, and the schedule that is mapped out for this project is likewise important. I think we have, if today is September 4th, we have 26 days before this would go to the City Council, and I think we'll have adequate time to work out those issues. I think there are engineering solutions to the questions that were raised. Keep in mind that most time when an application is made for a street and alley vacation, the project hasn't been fully engineered. It's preliminary. I mean, we deal with schematic drawings at this step, but we're accelerating some of that design work, and we're going to address these issues. We acknowledge that they have to be addressed, and we'll have to get it done for it to get scheduled at the City Council. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'd entertain a motion.
I would move that we defer the action for 2 weeks.
Second, Beckius.
My reasoning behind it is that I think these need to be worked out before it goes to the council. And a 2-week delay, I don't think is going to impinge on getting the project up and students being able to move in before the school year.
I agree with staff that some of these issues and the use of the adjacent landowner should be worked out, and I do think that seeing to those access issues is important to determining conformance to our comprehensive plan. I don't know how you could look at it otherwise.
I'll support the motion because I think it's the prudent thing to do, the wise thing to do.
Okay, Jerry.
Okay, this is for a 2-week delay of Street and Alley Vacation 19006. Albadre?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Finnegan?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
I would just note that Shear has conflict. Ryman Yost?
Yes.
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 And Core.
Yes.
Motion carried 8-0. Okay, next public hearing item I will read as item 3.2, a special permit 19039 to allow for an expanded home occupation for the sale of firearms on property generally located at 9700 Raymond Road. Staff recommendation is for conditional approval. This is final action unless appealed to the county board within 14 days. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed?
I don't see any.
Tom Chaka, planning staff. This application is for a special permit under the expanded home occupation in the county. The home occupation would be for the selling of firearms from the house. The location of the property is on the corner of North 98th and Raymond Road, right here. So the applicant's letter states that he's been doing this out of the house for approximately the last 10 years, unknowing that a special permit was required. The ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, had done an audit, and it's my understanding within maybe the last 2-3 years, they started checking to see if it was in compliance with local zoning code. Found out that it is not, or was not in compliance, so that's why the request for the special permit. The application meets all the conditions of the special permit, except for the one that says on-site sales shall be limited primarily to products grown, manufactured, processed, treated, or assembled on the premise. So he's asking for a waiver to that item, since he doesn't meet that condition. Due to the minimal impact of this request, and that he only sells about 2 to 4 guns per month, the letter states that the way it works is somebody contacts him, he finds the requested gun through a wholesaler, and then that person comes to the house to pick up whatever firearm that happens to be. So the impact on the area is very, very minimal. As far as background check, which I'm sure was going to be asked, I would just read from an email that I got from John Bazil, Area Supervisor, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, Kansas City Field Division. He says, as far as background check goes, each federal firearms licensee must ensure that she is not transferring a firearm to someone who is prohibited to possess a firearm. In order to ensure that they comply with that law, they have 2 options. Conduct a NICS Brady Law check and receive a proceed response from the FBI. This is done by either phoning the FBI or conducting an online check. Second option, if the purchaser maintains a valid concealed handgun permit or a Nebraska firearms purchase certificate, those permits qualify as an exemption to conducting the NICS check. The background checks vary in time, however, most only take a few minutes to conduct and are done, my understanding is done through on the computer. Just with that, I'll answer any questions.
Tom, the condition that's not met, which is requiring the waiver of the sale of a product not manufactured, processed, treated, or assembled on the premise, what's the purpose of that condition, or that portion of the law?
I believe it was put in, originally you could only do home occupations, which was limited to 20% of your home to do it, which was a conditional use and you could just do it. When the county decided to expand this to allow more businesses, small businesses through home occupation, I think the idea was that most things would be something that you would do on site, prepare and manufacture on site. We had one a few years back, probably about 6 or 7 years ago, where a guy was making custom countertops on the property, so that type of thing. This wasn't put in just to allow wide open that commercial businesses would be allowed everywhere out in the county. So that was, I think, mainly put in to kind of limit how many of these businesses could be allowed.
And when you were describing this earlier, you mentioned that there's just very few sales that occur through this business during a month. Does that number, is that important to the planning department's interest in approving this or in recommending this?
I think in recommending the approval with the waiver, it's the impact on the area, very minimal. He's not building any new structures. He's using a very small amount of the house, only 200 square feet, as an office area. And So we were okay with the waiver.
But with regard to that, there's nothing in the conditions that state that there's a limit in the number of guns that could be, number of sales that could occur. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Tom at this time? Okay, applicant.
Hello. My name is Shad Steadite, 9700 Raymond Road, S&K Guns and Tackle owner. Tom had alluded to a few of the things, the items that I had shared with him and he had gathered information as. Actually, before this, I'd actually owned this permit for around 25 years. I originally lived in Waverly. I got a special condition permit inside of Waverly city limits to conduct the same business I am today. When I moved to my acreage close to 9 years ago, 10 years ago, I contacted the county and asked them if there were any special permits or things that I needed. At that time, and I don't recall who I talked to, they said there were not. So I've been conducting the same thing I've been doing for 20-some years without, of my knowledge, of any impact to anyone around me or anything like that. I think there's sometimes a misconception that because I operate this out of my home, something illegal's happening or somebody's trying to run the system. The ATF has just performed an audit on me a month and a half or 2 months ago. Everything was in compliance, and I believe Tom ended up getting, or at least I seen an email from the ATF stating such, that nothing was out of the ordinary. People still come to me, they still have to fill out the forms just like they would at a Shields, a Cabela's, or anything. Background checks are still conducted just like they would at any other place. There's no differences in what I do and what they do. I just provide a service out of my house. Most of it is collector part on my part, but also gives people the opportunity that if they don't want to go to a Cabela's, they don't want to go to a Shields, they want to go somewhere else, they can come to me and that can be done. Like Tom stated, typically someone will come up to me, and most of these are acquaintances of mine anyway, either people I've worked with or family members. Hey, I want such and such firearm. I'll get with my wholesaler, I'll buy it, it'll come in through UPS or FedEx. I call them up, say the firearm's in, they come, do the paperwork, the background checks, and they take the firearm like they would anywhere else. Like I said, there's really no differences in how that's conducted. I've never had one complaint to where I was at from any neighbors or anything around me. Unbeknownst, like I said, I tried to go to the county when I moved out there, and for whatever reason, maybe someone didn't know the zoning or whatever, but I did own a special permit inside of Waverly city limits to do the same thing. So that hasn't been an issue.
Dick.
Do you have a security system on the home?
Yes, security system, and there's also safes that the firearms are kept in. And they're also locked. If they aren't inside a safe, which I also own personal firearms, and if they're not, they all have trigger locks or things like that. I also would like to state is, just because someone comes to me and wants to buy a firearm, I have refused people in the past for whatever reason, and I have the right to do that based on them acting funny or this and that, and they really haven't come to my property to do that. It's really been a phone call, because since I have a federal firearms license, it's easy to find out on the internet that such and such has a federal firearms license. I will get a call from someone. One of the things is a lot of times is they want to transfer guns. So they'll get online somewhere, they'll see a place who has firearms for sale. According to the federal law, they can't have it shipped to them. They have to have it shipped through a licensed dealer, which I am. So they'll call me up and say, hey, can I transfer this gun? If I get the weird, odd feeling about it, I'll just say no. I said, you can go to Cabela's or D Guns or somebody else to do it, so.
Tracy?
Yeah.
One more question, and that is, now it's gone out of my head. Do you sell ammunition also?
I have ammunition, but I don't typically sell ammunition.
Okay, thank you.
I know sometimes when, at different places, I'm not really up on all of this that much, but if they want to do like test shooting or anything like that, do you allow that to happen on your property?
No.
And then as related to the special permit, I know that part of the requirements is they talk about, like a gravel drive or a rock drive. What do you have currently?
A gravel drive.
Okay, I just was curious since that was mentioned in there.
Yeah.
Any other questions for him right now? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any testimony in support of this application? Okay, any testimony in opposition?
Good afternoon. My name is Martha Minchow, 8181 Davie Road, Lincoln, Nebraska. We do own property within 1 mile east of this permit application. I understand that this special permit request is justified because it meets the conditions of Article 13.032 and that it is compatible with the comprehensive plan, which encourages and permits accessory home businesses. Number 2 of the analysis states, quote, "This condition makes it more likely that the business will be a good neighbor. The business should not detract from the peace and enjoyment of surrounding properties." My question to this statement is, does a good neighbor run a business for 10 years without first acquiring all the necessary permits before starting the business? And how would knowledge of such sales not detract from the peace and enjoyment of surrounding properties? Number 5A addresses sale of products grown, manufactured, processed, treated, and assembled on the premises. The analysis only addresses he does not make them on the premises. So the guns come to him totally assembled? Also lumped in this statement is, quote, "Due to minimum traffic and minimum impact on neighbors, the waiver is reasonable," end of quote. I do not see how this statement connects with the product being grown, manufactured, processed, treated, or assembled on the premises. Number 5G, the current special permit does not address any outside business-related activity. However, it would seem logical that anyone purchasing a firearm would prefer to see, feel how it works. Does it fit how I intend to use it? And can I handle it? Number 5H addresses the location and screening of such outside business-related activity. Should a person purchase such a firearm, want to discharge a few rounds of ammunition prior to the purchase, that would be an outside-related activity. No doubt that would or should require an additional special permit. Does this current request guarantee the allowing of such an addition to occur without further analysis? In relationship to that question, let's look at the surrounding land use in the area and its zoning. First, it seems that the statement about the use of the land to the north should also be included as an acreage lot, since there is a home north of that property. Farm ground should not preclude that there are not humans in the area. Throughout the year, farmers, crop scouts, agronomists, and yes, even hunters might be walking in the fields. If a customer steps outside to test the firearm about to be purchased, will he or she know that there is someone in the field? How far will the bullet travel? Will it ricochet off a target, tree, or other hard surface and travel to one of the residences where a child might be out playing outside on one of the adjacent roads or on the road? Is there a bike, an open tractor, an ATV traveling? Then two, who will monitor the use of this permit? And is there a renewal or expiration date? I do understand that the comprehension plan does encourage and permit accessory home business. We do have several in our area: a restaurant, 2 farm-to-market businesses, and a vet clinic. These businesses occasionally present difficulties for the traditional farmer, but these businesses come more closely reflect the makeup of our agricultural community. Therefore, I'm here to express my concerns about this application to this special permit. Martha Minchow.
Any questions?
Yes, one.
Yeah.
But I think Dean has one.
Oh, I just wanted to know if in the past 10 years you've had problems with the neighbor. Have you experienced anyone shooting outside or testing?
I did not know this business existed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Other testimony in opposition?
Michael Minchow. I am a landowner directly, if the map is up, I'm directly diagonally southeast of there. My mother's farm is directly south of it. I have a cousin's farm is behind it to the north, and I own a property over the hill a half a mile to the west. And my concerns are, as my aunt spoke, I'm more concerned about what they're going to be doing outside. I'm feeling a little better about it, but I'd like to see if it is addressed. No ranges, too many houses in every direction. Highly used road of a 98th Street, and Raymond Road has a number of acreages around there. I there again worry about the people and that out there. And as a farmer, I farm all those fields for those relatives and a few others around there. And I have crop scouts out there at the minimum during the summer every week. And they don't tell me when they're going out. They base it on what the forecasts are and so forth. And then I also have son and nephews that like to hunt, friends that like to hunt, and I just want to make sure everybody's safe. That's all I'm after. So thank you.
What's your address, sir?
15200 Raymond Road, Waverly, Nebraska.
Thank you. Were you aware that the business existed?
No, I did not. And like I said, I farm my mother's place is directly across the road there, and I have no clue. And no, so far, no. No problems at all.
When you were mentioning the properties that you farm in relation to this application, is the property you actually live on one of those?
No, I live on Raymond Road, but I live down on 15200.
So how far away is that from?
Approximately 3 miles.
Okay. And then, I probably shouldn't ask you, but your aunt that was just up here, how close does she live to this application?
3, 2? Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
Any other testimony in opposition?
Excuse me. My name is Jerry Minchow. That was my wife and my nephew. 8181 Davy Road, same as my wife. And I was born out there. Lived out there my whole life, which is 78 years. And my testimony may start, you mean, how is it connected to this? Well, bear with me, it is. I'm not sure the time frame, seems like about the last year, not much more than that. The city of Lincoln has 2 shot and killed dead wives of drug-dealing husbands. Through no fault of theirs, they are shot and dead by perpetrators, I call them gangs, breaking into the house with the purpose of stealing the drugs and the money of the drug-dealing husband. And if you're unaware, where do most of these perpetrators and/or gangs get these weapons and drugs, or weapons and guns? They're stolen. Bulk of them are stolen, either by themselves, and they buy them from the people who stole them, or they steal them themselves. My thought was, and is, that by virtue of this application and those cameras and those cameras, the whole world is now aware that he's selling guns in his house. He has, obviously, at some point, quite a few probably in that house. Now that brings me back to the perpetrators and or gangs. They need guns. What if they come to his house and subject his family or his neighbors by their sheer proximity in danger? And the irony of this, if you want to call it irony, I just plain call it spooky. This guy lives in a house that a few years ago, a wife, another wife, and her husband were shot and killed by a gentleman, we'll call him gentleman, whatever, guy over their car keys. Just their car keys. He shoots them. So what would gangs or perpetrators, if you want to call them that, what would they be capable of doing to get a hold of some guns? Especially, as he said, on an acreage. No one around. Should be fairly easy. That scares me. I guess there would be people to testify what people, gangs, people, are capable of, and that's 4 of them, but they're unable to testify because they're dead. But I'm still here, and I'm here to testify that he's painted a bullseye on his house that says, I have guns, and subjected his neighbors, possibly with, who knows? You just don't know anymore. I just open the paper, it scares you to death, the dead people every day. And I guess I don't like them that close to me. Especially myself personally, on my farm alone, which borders up to his. In my soybean field one day, I was a vehicle sitting way out in my soybean field. And I took my binoculars and I read the license plate and I called the sheriff. And the sheriff said, and I quote, "Sir, do not approach that vehicle. I repeat, do not approach that vehicle." I had no intentions of approaching that vehicle, but I sure didn't after he said that. Sure enough, unquote, by the way. And the sheriff comes out, and some distraught lady, wife, again, had driven out of her home with a gun and shot herself in my soybean field. Excuse me. It's kind of hard to drive over that patch every year. So, just south of that, just a few months ago, George down the road, cancer, shot himself. I'm a little tired of guns and killing people. And I'm scared of them, that many of them, that close to me. That's all I got. Got any questions?
Thank you.
My name is Ruth Ann Thompson. I live at 2400 North 134th Street. My concern about this particular permit has to do with a permit you approved several years ago for a property 1.25 miles south of me that was approved for a gun sales place with no intention of putting an outdoor range in. It was to be an indoor shooting range. He changed his mind, has since put in an outdoor shooting range. I now listen from 8 a.m. until 8 or 9 p.m. to 85 decibel gunfire at my house. I have to turn on music, turn on fans, and keep my windows shut all the time, so I don't have to listen to this. This goes on nonstop, all year round. We live within 1.25 miles. Most of the firearms shot, the range, we are well within it in our home. He has an 18-foot berm. It takes a 4-degree raise of the muzzle for that bullet to come in my home, shoot me in my garden, shoot my grandchildren playing in the yard. There was no permit issued for this outdoor gun range. He's not breaking any laws by doing it. Yet we are endangered. My property values are totally impacted by this incredible noise and impact. If he was my employer, he would have to provide me with earring protection because this gunfire is so loud, not to mention the danger of getting shot. Nothing is to stop this permit owner from doing the same thing. You have no provisions in the laws, and he doesn't have to apply. So these people's concerns about shooting outside are very real. I live them every day. So I'm not in danger of being shot from his house. I live with it from my own neighbor, 1.25 miles away, which none of you have any control over and have anything to say about. So I just wanted to add my 2 cents about what laws we do have in place and what can happen when you issue a permit to sell firearms in our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No, ma'am.
I don't think so.
Thank you.
Further testimony in opposition? Okay, staff questions.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Dick.
Tom, with a special permit, can we place a criteria that there can be no outside activity in relating to the gun sales on it?
That's kind of more of a legality question. I don't know if I'm can answer, but I can tell you this, I do know. You can shoot a firearm in the county. If somebody wanted to go out and shoot a gun every single day in the county, that's allowed. That's allowed by right. Now, as far as it becomes a bit of a gray area. Now, if it's done related to a business, then it kind of maybe falls under a special permit for I think we'd call it outdoor recreational area. We just recently, within the last year, added that to the county zoning. I don't know if you remember, several years ago, we did a outside gun range in the south part of the county. That was actually done under the expanded home occupation, if I remember correctly. But this is not for a gun range. This is just for selling guns. Now, if the applicant wants to go shoot guns on his property, he's certainly within his right to do that. He can have friends over and shoot guns. But if he's actually going to do, which he says he isn't, do a gun range so people can try out weapons that he's selling, then I think we get into a different area and a special permit would be required for that.
Steve Henderson with the Planning Department. Unfortunately, the County Attorney's Office is not here today. But in talking with David Carey, the Planning Director, we do think that it is possible if you wanted to add a condition as a part of the expanded home occupation that said the expanded home occupation was limited to indoor use only, that is a condition you could add on the expanded home occupation. Wouldn't limit his private rights in terms of the use of firearms, but would say in terms of this expanded home occupation, there wouldn't be any outdoor activity, which you heard the applicant say he doesn't have any outdoor activity anyhow. And so, but I think that would be a condition related to the request for the special permit that you could add.
Would you state the wording of that again?
So there's part of the per Article 1302 where it talks about the home occupation. At the end it says the area of the home occupation is limited to 200 square feet. It says no showroom or display area is allowed, no gun manufacturing is allowed on site. And then I think you could add a sentence that says no outdoor activity related to the home occupation is allowed.
Any further questions
Thanks.
right now? A question was brought up, who monitors a use permit is that a complaint-based?
Yeah, just like any other special permit we have.
So if they had witnessed or had some issues with the business, they would have to call into planning?
No.
Building and
Well, they
safety?
could call us, but actually building and safety takes zoning complaints.
Okay. If he wanted to add, I think this was already mentioned, but I want to get it on the record. If he wanted to add a shooting range, indoor or outdoor, he would have to either amend this permit or come back and ask for a different.
It would be a different permit, special permit.
Okay. Any other questions for staff right now?
Nope.
Okay. Applicant, do you have anything, any rebuttal?
Like I stated previously, I think a lot of testimony before me, I answered those questions ahead of time. My stuff is secure. It's by federal regulations. A lot of the testimony here was based on what ifs or what do I do. The other thing I would, I guess, caution with listening to this is my acreage. This is what I moved to. This is what I enjoy doing. I do shoot on my property. And to have something added to there, I guess I'm a little bit concerned about where's the enforcement. So someone comes over and all of a sudden, just because I'm out shooting, I've got someone at my doorstep all the time saying, well, that's against your special permit. And that's not the intent of this. The intent of this is for a business to sell firearms. That's what the whole planning commission, that's what I'm in front of you, was that I indicated that I've had this for 25 years, and not until this point in day and time, we're talking a lot about shooting activities. I've shot there for the last 9 years and not received one complaint or had one person step on my property because of that. So if that's a big concern, and we talk about hunters that are out there every day, my neighbors right across the road do not have a special permit. They do not have a business, and they shoot as much or more than what I do. So I really don't think that that has a bearing on what I'm asking for. All I'm asking for is a permit to legally sell firearms from my premises that I own, which is my house.
Question?
Sure.
So I understand what you're saying, but I think what Steve was trying to express is that as a part of the business, of the home business, would you be opposed to having a condition that as a part of that business, you would not have outdoor shooting? That doesn't preclude you from doing it, or you and your friends, but as part of your business, to have someone come, pick up a gun, and then operate that firearm is the thing that we're talking about with that special condition, that potential special condition.
No, I wouldn't have a problem with that, but here's the deal. You talk about my friends or something. My friend's the one buying the gun, and we decide to go out and shoot. Well, to me, I'm asking the question, how would it be regulated?
Yeah, I understand
So
that
someone
part.
comes to my place and says, well, is he a friend of yours?
Yep.
Or did he just come over and buy the gun?
Yeah.
So now I'm in non-compliance?
I'm with you.
It's a tough thing to, I'm not against it. I don't have the intent of having this business to have a shooting range.
Yeah.
And I made that very clear. That's not my intent.
Yeah.
So I'm not against it. I just think it would be a hard thing to try to.
Gray in your mind.
It's very gray.
Okay. Thank
So-
you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you.
All right, anyone want to make a motion?
Move approval, Beckius.
Second, sure.
Discussion?
I'm questioning whether we should add an amendment that the no outdoor activity related to the home occupation is allowed. Because from what Steve has told us, that he or his friends or whatever have the right to go ahead and do so. But I would like to eliminate any possibility of an outdoor shooting range developing without a second permit.
I think that's the state of the law currently. I mean, there could not be an outdoor shooting range without another special permit.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with Tracy.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Yes. Any other comments?
You know, I do see some areas here. You know, I think when the county is looking at home occupation, it does specifically relate to things that could come back to production, land-based production in some way, shape, or form. This, I fear, is jumping that a little bit, but on the other hand, commerce today jumps that as well. And individuals want to live in the country that may be operating businesses that are not specifically land-based, as the home occupation wording says today. You know, the applicant is running a legal business, and the applicant can fire guns now legally on his property. I think we are protected from additional uses, higher intensive uses occurring on that land. So I'll support the special permit.
With the waiver?
I would, no, not with the waiver, because, or the.
Which waiver?
Not this one.
Oh, okay, with the waiver.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do have the discussion of outdoor activity related to the home occupation, I do think could be used to annoy this owner from operating their business and also enjoying recreationally their land. And I fear it could be problematic in implementation and ultimately potentially bothersome to him.
I'm going to support the motion also. He's been there 10 years, no complaints. People didn't realize he was there. And Dick, I do think that there's protection and that he would have to come back to get a permit for an outdoor.
I'm comfortable with that now.
Yeah, so I will support it.
This
Any other-
applicant has been in place for many years, as has been demonstrated. He explained why he did not have a special permit, did not realize that that was necessary, and immediately upon finding that that was necessary, he immediately began the process upon discovering that need for that special permit. And I appreciate his moving forward with that process.
And I think the applicant has also illustrated prior to living at this location a willingness to comply with law prior to this location as well.
Right, I agree.
Yeah, I also want to commend the applicant for being responsible about bringing this forward. I wish, personally, I wish that the item could have remained on consent for reasons that one of the part of the testimony talked about in terms of bringing this more attention than I wish that it would have had. I think you've been responsible with this, so thank you, and I'm going to support the motion also.
Jerry?
Okay, this is for the conditional approval of special permit 19039. Albadre?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Finnegan?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Shear?
Yes.
Ryman Yost?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Motion carried 9-0. Okay, next public hearing item will be read as item 3.3, text amendment 19005 to amend chapter 27.62 conditional uses by amending section 27.62.040 household living use group to provide that dwellings are permitted in the B2 zoning district when stated as an allowed use as part of the use permit, and repealing said section as of the LMC as hitherto existing. Staff recommendation is for approval. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed?
I don't see any. No. Brian?
Good afternoon, Brian Will, Planning Department. This is, I guess, what I'd characterize as a pretty straightforward text amendment. It's revising one section, conditional use section, chapter 2762. The intent simply is to allow dwellings on the first story in the B2 zoning district. As the ordinance is constructed now, so what I've got up on the screen here is section 2762-040. There are 4 zoning districts where dwellings are allowed otherwise, but they're just prohibited on the first story. So what I've described in the staff report is that, well, I think we still want to today make the argument that in the O2, the B1, and the B3, probably leaving that prohibition for dwellings on the first story probably still makes sense. I think what I'm suggesting here in the report is that probably doesn't make sense to keep the B2 there. And the reason I'm saying that is, as we look around the city, the O2, the B1, and especially the B1 and B3, those are the commercial zoning districts that we find in the older commercial parts of the city. University Place, Havelock, College View, where the development characteristic is really that those commercial areas are not very deep. And so maintaining that commercial use on the first floor, we think is still something we want to try to do, not allowing all of it go to residential uses. Kind of maintain that old commercial district feel and character of those areas by maintaining commercial on the first story. So we think it's appropriate keeping this provision in place, but suggesting B2, probably not so much. So B2, that's our newer suburban neighborhood shopping center zoning district. I don't know why the example always comes to mind, but 70th and Pioneers is one of the good examples. You've got the grocery store, you've got a gas station, you've got a dry cleaner, you've got those neighborhood services that are there. Plus, it's pretty much a square, and it's over 5 acres. So there's enough room there that you're going to get a mix of uses, and that allowing residential on the first floor, I don't think there's going to be a significant impact. At least that's the planning and the finding of the planning department. So while there's some similarity among these districts that are listed here, I think what we're suggesting is today the B2 really shouldn't be included there. We've had several examples, and just here recently, a couple B2 centers that want to allow first floor residential. And we think it makes sense to allow that. So there's been a discussion, kind of an ongoing discussion over about the last year. A couple recent examples where B2 centers want to do that. where we've been in the past is the option is to either rezone it, and the new zoning district wasn't obvious, or do a PUD. The PUD probably wasn't, I think, in planning department's opinion, the appropriate mechanism either. So we think this fixes some issues that have been raised around the city. Certainly some questions have come to us, a couple of projects that are in the pipeline, and trying to move forward. So with that, we think this one makes sense. We were recommending approval of it, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Dick?
Brian, I have a hard time understanding why someone would want residential on the first floor of a B2 just from the rental rates between commercial and residential.
Well, somebody's going to get up here that is out in the field, in the market, could probably better answer that question. What I would say is that there are some cases where we think some would want to do that. But additionally, this would allow you to do multifamily. You could do some apartments in one portion of the
And it would allow them
commercial
first
zone.
floor.
Yeah, and now you can have, whereas previously it was prohibited.
Yep.
There was, no, I'm not, yeah. I was going to give you an example, but I'm not going to do that.
That's enough of an
But
example.
yeah, but so I know there's been.
Example like 48th and Holdridge.
Yes, that's actually the example I was going to describe, where after the fact, after it was approved, sort of changed what they were doing, how they thought they was going to develop, and wanted to do some more units, actually on the first story, would not have been prohibited had it not been PUD.
Yep.
Or would not have been allowed if it had not been a PUD, and have another way to get there.
Okay, thanks.
So I'm the one who pulled it off. Surprise, surprise.
Oh,
But
that's
really, was because I needed some examples, because that was the example I thought of, so I went out and looked at it, but it's B3. So I couldn't find any B2 examples, and I was having problems thinking
Examples
of some.
of where it could occur? you
Yes.
mean?
So you said like 70th and Pioneers, would that be the Hy-V corner or the other corner with?
Yeah, we've got B2 on both.
Okay,
Actually, one of the applicants is here today, can talk to you about an example they have in process. One that is working its way through is at West Van Dorn and Coddington, B2 use permit southeast of the intersection. That was approved 10, 15 years ago. Nothing has occurred, yet no development's occurred, but they've recently come back, brought that one, revived it, and one of the things they'd like to do is do some residential there, and perhaps do some residential in the first story. There are one or two others that, of course, aren't coming to mind, but those are a couple of examples where you could do it. Primarily B2, though, you don't find in the center, in the core of the city, hardly any. I mean, there's a couple, Clock Tower's one, and it's probably more internal to the city than any others. There's just very, very little of it, because that zoning district came into being in 1979 with the zoning update, so it's been all at the perimeter, essentially, as the city's grown. It is for the, excuse me, suburban neighborhood shopping center. And so the characteristics are that typically those centers are large enough, minimum 5 acres. They have landscaping and buffering that, because they're intended to be situated right next to a neighborhood, residential uses, so allowing perhaps, say, apartments wouldn't be inappropriate.
so I had some confusion in my mind when I was reading this. So if we have an existing B2 that they were previously approved and they couldn't have first floor, do they have to just, what's the process
If
now?
residential was listed as part of it, then they're okay.
So any part of the project, say that they have residential on 2 through 5
Yep,
already
this essentially changes it and allows it.
on the first
The
floor.
thing is, though, you're not going to find that very much, because very few of them anticipated or contemplated residential. So what we're saying is, for those that didn't, they're going to have to come back through and do an amendment to that.
Sure.
Okay? And so that'd be an opportunity to give some notice and let other folks know that, hey, residential wasn't allowed previously, but it is now, and by the way, now it can be on the first
And
story.
it would have to be through amendment, it wouldn't be like an administrative approval.
What did, I'm trying to think exactly what we said about, yeah. Good question. Can't remember what
No,
we
if,
said.
if, in many cases, it just says residential and number of dwelling units, and it didn't specifically prohibit first floor residential, it just said residential, and their idea is they were going to have it in the second through fifth floors. Now, since the text had been changed, they would allow to have it on the first floor.
They'd just have to stay within their max allotted number of units.
Correct. And we do have a couple of projects that are actually not yet submitted, that are going through the process that have talked to us about having first floor. We also have a few commercial buildings where they've built it and the first floor commercial space is empty and it's B2. And maybe they're just having some trouble leasing it. Well, maybe they decide to take half of that space and do it as residential, knowing they have flexibility that if the commercial picks up later, they could switch it back. But you'd have that flexibility as well.
And then it also talked a little bit about permitted versus conditional. Help me wrap my head around that.
Well, yeah, well, permitted, it's use by right. Conditional is, so long as you meet these conditions. But there's no public hearing, there's no, application or permit process. You have to meet the conditions. Well, if you don't, your neighbor calls, then you're at risk, right? So.
Okay, and am I thinking right that we've maybe had some projects before in B2 where maybe we have waived the requirement, where they could have residential on the first floor?
We've done some as part of, my recollection, as part of PUDs.
Okay, maybe that's
where
what I'm
we could
thinking of.
adjust that, provision.
Okay.
Okay. We've done that, I think we've done that on a couple occasions. Okay.
Great.
So we think B2 is an appropriate zone. It's intensive enough, neighborhood, commercial. Apartments are, apartments we're talking about, are appropriate in locations like that. This doesn't waive anything else. It doesn't waive setbacks or height limits or anything like that. So.
Okay.
Did we get an answer on the administrative amendment versus?
Good
Did you ask that
question. I
Tracy?
did ask that
I
question.
don't remember hearing an answer.
I don't know if we actually answered that one now.
No,
right?
you would not need an administrative amendment. The dwellings are already allowed. It's just now allowed on the first floor.
I don't think that's not the question you asked.
Right.
That wasn't
So
the question
if they
I was
have
You asked if it wasn't
existing
listed.
permit, do they have to come back through planning commission, or can it be,
If no dwelling units were previously permitted?
Correct.
right?
Correct. If it was just commercial floor area and 0 dwelling units, they'd already have to go back through the process to add the dwelling units.
So
We've
that
had
comes
several
back to-
do that.
So it would have to come through planning commission
Planning
and not
commission.
just done by administrative amendment?
Correct. We can't administratively add dwelling units. We can add 15% to the existing number, but if the existing number is 0, 15% of it is 0. So that's the limitation. That means you have to go back through the process.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff right now? Okay, applicant?
Hello, Matt Langston with Olson, 601P. We believe that in the R2 zoning, it is a transitional area that's typically right next to residential. So we feel that since it is already conditional use, then sometimes commercial space is a little bit difficult to rent out. So this just gives the developer the flexibility to add the first floor residential units. With these being over 5 acres, they're typically designed as a unit with a flow to them, so they're not going to be cookie cutters. And it is a conditional use, so it still comes back in front of you guys. So and if there are cases where it doesn't fit, then you can say no.
Any questions for the applicant?
No.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any testimony, in support, or are you coming as
Support.
applicant? Okay.
Mike Eckert, Civil Design Group. So Matt and I were kind of unique co-applicants on this. We have a specific example that's going to be before you guys in 2 weeks of how we're taking an existing area, actually converting it to B2 and allowing it. And so I think, to answer your question, Mr. Campbell, I think, there's shifting economics in all of it versus commercial, residential, and we're seeing such a strong rental market that I think there's more opportunities. They want the opportunity to be able to do this. In this particular case that we'll go into more detail in 2 weeks, it gives them an option of allowing a building to be converted to residential, and in that particular case, converting it to residential on all floors would make the most sense. And so I think it adds some good flexibility. I think it's good in that it gets some housing closer to those commercial uses, less trips, and some other things like that. So I appreciate staff, the way they narrowed it down to the B2, said that it had to be requested. As Steve just discussed, if they don't have residential, they'd have to come before you. So we're in full support of it. We appreciate planning's work, and I think it's good for the zoning districts. Primarily, again, B2, you have to have more than 5 acres, so these are primarily in the suburban areas. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other testimony in support? Testimony in opposition? Any further staff questions?
Nope.
No.
Applicant, do you want to reply to anything? Okay. Well, I think we're ready for a motion.
Move approval, Edgerton.
Second, Campbell.
Discussion?
I think it makes a lot of sense.
I was going to say it makes a lot of sense.
Sorry, I'm the slow one in the group making this, questioning some things here. Okay.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. The only, concern that I might have with implementation with this is that with the flexibility, we are also optioning the possibility of creating projects that are not economically viable in zoning districts that weren't as economically viable by market-driven forces as commercial pieces. And so sometimes the mass and scale of those buildings can be very different than what can be economically viable from just a commercial portion. So just something to keep in mind as we move forward. So.
Okay, Jerry.
Okay, this is for the approval of text amendment 19005.
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Finnegan?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Shear?
Yes.
Ryman Yost?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Motion carried, 9-0. Okay, next public hearing item. Item 4.1, and I would note that Commissioner Shear has declared a conflict of interest on this special permit 19036 and will recuse himself at this point. Special permit 19036 to allow for the construction of a large solar energy conversion system on property generally located from O Street to Adams Street and North 134th Street to North 148th Street. Staff recommendation is for conditional approval. This is final action by the Planning Commission unless appealed to the City Council within 14 days. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed?
Yes.
Okay.
Campbell, since we own land next to a portion of this property, I requested a ruling from the Accountability Disclosure Commission. I have filed that letter with the planning staff, and it says I do not have a conflict.
Thank you.
Noted, thank you.
Anyone else have any communications? Okay, Tom.
Tom Chaka, planning staff. So this request is for a special permit for a large solar energy conversion system for up to 230 megawatts on approximately 1,100 acres. The project could power up to 30,000 homes at full capacity, and the panels will use photovoltaic technology to convert solar to electricity. The area of the project is roughly bounded from O Street on the south to Havelock on the north, and from 128th Street to 148th Street. If I zoom out to get everything in, you might not be able to see it, but yeah, Havelock up here on the north. This is someday the East Beltway. O Street here on the south and 148th on the east. The cross-hatched areas is the area of the special permit where the panels would be allowed to go if approved. The area contains 12 contiguous properties. The panels will be fixed to the ground with steel I-beams that are driven into the ground below the frost line. There is no concrete used to secure these to the ground. And the lifetime of the panels, according to the applicant, is anywhere from 25 to 40 years. The applicant is requesting a waiver to setbacks. This is, the entirety of this application area is in the AG Agricultural District. The setbacks in the AG District are a 50-foot front yard setback, 50-foot rear yard setback, and 60-foot side yard setback. The waiver request is to reduce the setback to 50 feet for all sides for non-participating properties without a residence, without a house. It is also requested to be 50 feet to participating properties that do have a house on the property. The applicant is requesting the setback to be 0 for participating properties that do not have a house. The setback they are proposing for non-participating properties with a house is 100 feet, which is well in excess of what the zoning code requires. The project is adjacent to an LES substation roughly located at 128th and Adams right here. They will build a new, if approved, the applicant will build a new substation here on the north side of Adams, and then connect with the LES substation, I believe. The only health department had one comment just saying that the substation would have to comply with the noise control ordinance of Lincoln. Even though this is outside the city limits, it's within the 3 miles, so the ordinance does apply. Project area also includes outlots of 3 acreage developments. There is a acreage development up here. There's another one here. And there's one that hasn't been platted yet, but it's been approved. The special permit community unit plan has been approved, and it's located here. Basically, the outlots are the area surrounding those houses. The outlots on the final approved plan for those community unit plan developments had a notation on the outlots for farming use to continue. Although that note was on the plans, they are not restricted to just farming use. They can do other uses, special permitted uses that are allowed under the AG district. This project is mostly in Tier 3 with some Tier 2 areas. Tier 2 is basically infrastructure that can reach beyond 24 years, and Tier 3 is beyond 44 years. So there's not, this area we would not be setting aside for future development in the near term. It's basically pretty much beyond the life of the solar panels. So the land use of this area is mainly farm ground with some grasslands and wetlands and floodplain. Solar panels could be allowed in the floodplain if they would obtain an approved floodplain permit. The project also contains some minimum flood corridors, which they are in the process of mapping. And the solar panels would not be allowed within the minimum flood corridor. The Lower Platte South NRD, Natural Resource District, has a flood pool easement. It is, I think it's roughly right around here. And that easement prohibits any panels within there. Yeah, the site plan is does show a vegetative buffer. The applicant is agreeing to do some landscaping vegetative buffer adjacent to non-participating properties. This buffer would consist of one deciduous tree every 100 feet and 3 evergreen or ornamental trees every 100 feet. Basically, it's a little difficult to see, but this little cross hatching would be the areas of the buffer around all these, anywhere there's a non-participating property. Although the landscaping probably would not provide basically a screen, it's more of a visual relief to the panels. In some cases, it could provide a pretty good screen. Other thing I want to touch on is property value. The applicant did submit a property value impact study. The study looked at 8 projects that were in other states that were similar to this proposed project. And basically, the conclusion of the study showed that there is no measurable and consistent difference in property values adjacent to solar farms when compared to similar properties that are not adjacent to solar farms. The applicant did hold an open house. It was at Southeast Community College on July 22nd. Not sure how many, they may know how many people attended. I was there for part of it. Looked like it had a pretty good turnout. In conclusion, I'd say the special permit meets the goals of the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan talks quite a bit about renewable energy and alternative energy sources, and it meets the condition of the special permit. Would add one other thing. I do have a motion to amend condition 1.3. And I think you all received a copy of this. So basically, previously it said no panels shall be located within the 100-year floodplain. That has been changed to say no solar panel shall be located within the 100-year floodplain without an approved floodplain permit. And then item number 3 has to do with the bond being issued. Previously, the bond would have been required after 15 years. We added the words "or upon abandonment." Any questions?
Tom, can you explain on the setbacks, it talks about reducing all setbacks to 50 feet I'm sorry, 50 feet for non-participating property without residence, and then it talks about participating property with a residence, and 0 without a residence for participating. And so then it comes up in your analysis, I think it was,
Letter E.
about the 100-foot. And that is something that they are, it's 11E. And so they're requesting setbacks of 50 feet for all sides to non-participating properties without a residence, 100 feet for non-participating properties with a residence. So they are increasing the setback voluntarily.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff right now? Okay, I think we're ready for the applicant.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
My name is Colin Snow. Address is 500 South 4th Street, Eagle, Nebraska, 68347. I'm going to throw a PowerPoint up on this, if that's okay. What is it, F5?
F5, yep.
Just go find F5.
While Colin's doing that, I'll introduce myself. My name is David Levy, 1700 Farnham Street, Omaha, Baird Home Law Firm, attorney for the applicant. If it's okay with the chair, we would like to combine our 2 5-minutes into one 10-minute presentation. We'll absolutely do our best to not go over our 10 minutes, but if you don't mind, we'll try and be efficient that way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration today. As I said, my name is Colin Snow, Development Manager for Ranger Power. I'm the developer on the Salt Creek project, and I'd just like to take a couple minutes to introduce us, talk a little bit more about the project, and talk about our community engagement. That's all right. So Ranger Power is a solar development company specializing in utility-scale solar projects. We are in development of over 20 projects in 7 states, all in the Midwest. We feel our kind of track record of success to date hinges on our community-first and transparent approach to development. That's been a big part of our work at Salt Creek. Tom did a great job of describing what is involved in a large-scale solar project. Across all of our portfolio, we're using photovoltaic panel tracking systems, which are the most economical solar technology to date. Basically, these arrays of panels are racked north to south. They sit on a mount that sits on I-beams in the ground. There's minimal access roads and a fence around the project, and that's the basic structure of all of these projects. Which brings me to, and certainly will be the structure of Salt Creek Solar in particular. So Salt Creek Solar is a proposed 230 megawatt solar project located on approximately 1,000 acres of privately owned land in East Lincoln. As with all of our projects throughout our portfolio, the reason that we are sited where we are has a lot to do with the Wagoner substation at 128th and Adams Street. We look for existing infrastructure that we feel is robust enough to be able to handle the power that we're going to plug into it, and that eliminates the need for us to build costly transmission lines to get the power to the users at the end of the day. Another major draw is the location of where the project is located. Because it is close to the largest load centers in the state. So our goal here is to produce clean on-peak power, producing power during the day when people are using it, close to where people are using it in the state. So Lincoln to the project's west and Omaha to the project's northeast. And then another very important piece of why we are developing this project where we are is because of the City of Lincoln's solar ordinance, which does promote responsible development for large-scale solar projects. The last and potentially most important piece to this project, as with all of our projects, are the participating landowners. And I put this map in here of the project area and highlighted a few of the residences of the landowners that are participating in this project. Most of the landowners live within the project, within the boundary of the project, and have been fabulous to work with and great partners to date in this project. Now, the participating landowners are not the only people that live out in the project site. And since December in 2018, so for about 9 months now, my work has been focused on reaching out to the neighbors to the project. I've sat down or had over 40 meetings with people who live in the project area, knocked on doors over 90 times, not counting the telephone calls, all with the goal of kind of educating people on what this project entails, answering questions, and kind of soliciting feedback as well. We've been fortunate enough to meet stakeholders in local business, government, and education. We did host an open house on July 22nd. That was really well attended. Our sign-in sheet had upwards of 60 signatures, but it was not too strictly enforced, so we think there were more people there than that. And it was a great community showing. And I'm very proud to say that we have received over 140 letters of support for the project from Lincoln residents to date. Lincoln's been a really great place to develop this project in, and I really look forward to the work ahead as well. And so I'd like to hand the mic over to David, if that's okay.
All right, thank you.
I'll switch over.
Well, switch. Yeah, that's great. Good. Can't ask your client to run the computer for you. That's bad form. So again, as Tom said, this project is consistent with and furthers the objectives of the City of Lincoln's comprehensive plan. The staff report actually has a much longer list of comprehensive plan items with which this project is consistent and in furtherance of, but we did want to highlight a few of our favorites here. I promise I'm not going to read this slide to you, but we thought these were the main, and again, in all seriousness, a very important feature of this and one of the reasons why this project is proposed here. It also complies with the zoning ordinance. I'll talk in a second about the setbacks and explain a little further our rationale there, but I think Tom did a good job of that, and we appreciate that as well. Your solar ordinance is very understandable, and this project, other than the setback sort of rejiggering that we propose, this project does meet all of the requirements of the ordinance. So the setbacks, you've heard about the details of those, but the thinking behind those, the setbacks in the ordinance are focused on the proposed use, and its front yard, its side yard, its rear yard. As we looked at that, we realized this project doesn't really have a front yard, a side yard, or a rear yard, and what really made sense rather than focusing on this project is to focus on the neighbors to the project, the adjacent properties, and so that's why we kind of flipped the setback proposal so that the people who don't want to participate in the project, who live there, have the greatest protection from setbacks. And that's at the 100-foot number that, as Tom said, exceeds what would be required, double what would be required if that were considered the front yard. The people who want to participate in the project have less of a setback, and then the internal project properties essentially have no setback. It wouldn't make sense to not build solar panels on the property line of two properties that are participating in the project and where there's no home. That's where you get that 0-foot setback. So again, that's the thinking there, is to try and be as respectful and protective of those adjacent properties. To be clear, those setbacks are from those adjacent property lines. And happy to answer any further questions about that. Number of community benefits here. This is a $230+ million investment in the Lincoln Lancaster County community. I'm guessing that's one of the biggest single investments ever. At full capacity, this project will generate over $800,000 per year in new property tax revenue to be distributed among the taxing entities, just as any other property tax would be. Improves air quality by reducing regional reliance on fossil fuel. You see the picture there with the flowers, and these projects include ground cover like that with pollinators and native grasses and things like that that improve the water and air and soil quality, and those pollinators are very important and help benefit the surrounding agricultural uses as well. Provides a diverse, stable income source for the participating landowners that doesn't depend on farm commodity prices or weather, droughts, those kinds of things that affect farm commodity prices would not affect these landowners' income. Construction activity and operational activity stimulate the local economy and create jobs, and at the end of the project life, the developer will restore the land to its prior condition for agricultural use. My last slide, I will again not read this one, but we did pull out the findings in the zoning ordinance, section 27.63.020. We believe that substantial evidence in the record of this proceeding supports the Planning Commission in making each of those findings, and for that reason and all of the reasons that Colin and I have discussed so far, Salt Creek Solar respectfully requests the Planning Commission's approval of the requested special permit with the conditions the Planning Department recommends and the setback waivers that Salt Creek Solar has requested. With that, we're happy to answer any questions. We do have a few more slides with pictures. I hear we're out of time. If you'd like, I can quickly go through the picture slides. If not, we can save them.
Sure, no, go ahead.
Oh, okay, we'll be brief. So here's an example of the vegetative screening. And to confirm or clarify what Tom said, you have different types of trees, but the end result is you have 4 trees every 100 feet. So you have a tree every 25 feet. They're different kinds. But as those grow and mature, they're going to, of course, get closer together, and they will not provide a complete screen, but they'll certainly provide a buffer in addition to the natural vegetation that's already there and will remain and will provide an additional buffer. Construction, just to give you an idea, that's what it looks like. The thing on the top left is the pile driver, not a very big machine. A lot of this is done by hand. The solar panels are not that big each individually. We actually thought about bringing one today. We didn't, but you can carry one by yourself. And then you see the racks there underneath that turn to track the sun. Major equipment. In addition to what I just talked about, you also have inverters and the combiner boxes that are electrical infrastructure. All of the electrical infrastructure is built to current applicable electrical codes and building codes. So all of those same things that would be present and enforced in any other type of project to protect the public safety are present here. Illustration of the distance between the different rows of panels is just about enough to drive a car or a small truck in between. And that's it. So with that, thank you for your time and allowing us to combine, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Does anyone have any questions?
Tracy, did you commission the study with regard to property values then? Was that submitted by the applicant?
That's correct.
Okay. Could you talk just a little bit about that process and just provide a little bit more background on gathering that information?
Sure. So Cohn-Resnick is the firm that prepared that study, and we work with them a lot. They're a nationally known, highly regarded firm in the area of real estate economics, property valuation, property appraisal, all of those kinds of things. And so they were given the assignment or the request to go do a statistically significant analysis looking at property values over time adjacent to and not adjacent to existing solar energy facilities in the Midwest that were similar or are similar in size and scope to this facility. So they did that. In their report, they talk about 8 different projects that they looked at. Again, these are professional researchers, and this is a scientifically valid study where they have a control group and the group of homes and property value data over time around the solar farm. And then they also looked at a whole bunch of other property sales as well. And I think Tom may have quoted from this too, but I'll just read you the summary paragraph. Based on our examination, research, and analysis of the existing solar farm uses, the surrounding areas, and an extensive market database, we have concluded that no consistent negative impact has occurred to adjacent property that could be attributed to proximity to the adjacent solar farm.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, I've got some questions. For this particular project, what do you guys use to determine participating versus non-participating?
I have always determined that by if somebody has a contract with the property to have solar panels on their property, to have access to the project across their property, to have electrical lines run under their property, to be adjacent to the property and have additional agreements between them and the developer, whatever it might be. If they have a contractual relationship with the project, they are participating property. If they don't,
So-
they're non-participating.
Case it's more like physical pieces on their property instead of like participating in, like buying the solar power from.
Yes,
Sorry, yeah.
yes, not exactly, not a customer of the electricity, but rather a property, the owner of which is participating in the property through some contractual arrangement to have.
Do you already have buyers for the solar power that's going to be generated? I assume you would if you have a project going.
We actually do not to date. No, we have been having for several years good conversations with the potential buyers in the state. And as we kind of first said, or as I said in my part, we cited this project where it is because we want to sell the power within Nebraska's limits, and specifically, we think there's opportunity and appetite in the Lincoln, Omaha area. That said, no, we have not sold the power yet. That's right.
That kind of comes down the road, I would.
Sorry, yes, we take the project through many, many development hurdles, basically, and as the project kind of progresses, we are always talking with people to buy the power, and that can happen at any time, and so we are trying to be ready for that when it happens.
And as a general matter with these projects, it becomes a little bit of a chicken and the egg thing. You'd love to have the power sold before you go through this process, but going through this process successfully helps you sell the power. It's very important in that, and so that's why we're here. It may sound a little bit out of order, but when you can go to a buyer and say, we have a fully permitted project, and they've taken a lot of other steps with the interconnection and all of those things, that's really gives you the best chance to sell the power.
You anticipate a lot of this is going to be sold locally.
We talked about this before, before the hearing, but you can't, the electrons are put on the grid where they're plugged in, basically, so the electricity does stay local. The buyer can sometimes be in a wider circle, but again, our conversations have been with local, customers, basically, yeah.
Okay, can you tell me, it looked from the pictures that you showed that maybe a solar panel is about, 8 feet, after it's on the pole?
Oh, sorry.
How tall are these things going to be when they're in the field?
Brings us to the technology a little bit, which is a single axis tracker. So they're racked north to south, and they actually rotate to follow the sun. So at night they're flat. As the sun rises, they're tilted to the east, and they follow the sun to the west through the day. So they're only as tall as they get at the beginning of the sun rising and at the close of the day. The mounting is about 4 feet off the ground, and that varies with the ground itself. So there's no kind of standard for where the panel reaches, but 8 feet sounds about right. I think that's a good estimate at its steepest.
Sure.
This might be the picture you were referring to, which I thought was illustrative. We know.
No, I was actually looking at the picture where you had the guys standing, maybe installing them.
Oh, the construction.
Yeah.
That one.
Yeah, so you're probably right. If they were tilted completely vertical, 8 feet, something like that.
Okay. Talk to me, because we've had several letters in opposition about noise. How much noise do these panels generate?
That's a great question. The panels themselves generate no sound. The components of the project that do produce some sound are the inverters that collect the power and then transmit it to the substation and the project substation. On other projects of a similar size, no sound of the inverters has reached or has exceeded, I think it's 44 decibels, 41 decibels at the project perimeter. And the substation, I think, was 30 decibels. So I think a bird's tweet is 44 decibels. So these are very small or very low sounds. And the project inverters, for that reason, also are sited within the project area, far from the parcel boundaries.
How many inverters would a project like this involve?
Depends on the shape of the project, but there are inverters that are about 2.5 megawatts to 5 megawatts. That's kind of what we're looking at now. And so it could be.
You're looking at 50 to 100 inverters, I think, if my math is right.
Sounds about right.
And that would be over the whole project, not just one specific piece?
That's right.
That's right, yeah.
Okay. What about, there's a question about how they would affect the water table.
There's no effect on the water table. Sorry, did you have a follow-up to that?
No.
Yeah.
I'm just guessing that they're not going to be installed deep enough that they would really...
Great question. So the I-beams are driven in below the frost line, but that's just to provide the right support. No, there's no kind of deep.
And the I-beams are galvanized steel, which is the same thing, for example, that irrigation pivots are made out of, other farm machinery and farm structures are made out of. So this is a material that's very commonly in and on the ground in agricultural locations and has been for, decades and decades.
What about impact on wildlife?
That's a great question. So we believe that these projects are good for local wildlife and biodiversity. Planting the pollinators and local grasses, we feel, encourages, again, pollinators. This is good for birds. Solar projects are supported by the Audubon Society throughout the United States. The fence around the project is called wildlife fence, and the goal there is that nothing can get entangled. Anything that can come in can leave. So we believe that this should be, especially considering the current use of the land, we think that this should promote biodiversity and biostasis for the
What about
surrounding area.
you talked about like birds, bees. What about something like deer? Any impact on them?
Again, the fence, is about 6 feet in height, and so the idea there being any deer that can jump in can jump out. There are full-time jobs associated with this project, and an important kind of piece to this all is that we're going to be contracted to be producing the power throughout the life of the project. So if a deer were to, impact the project, somebody would be there very quickly. We are extremely motivated to fix whatever is going on.
So I assume that deer, other wildlife would kind of get used to having this in their environment. If it's, I know you're going to have people on site monitoring the project or, making sure there's no problems, but I'm not anticipating tons of people, so it's going to be still pretty quiet. So the wildlife will jump in and jump out pretty much just like a field.
That's a great, yeah, that's exactly right.
I think that's right. I mean, you do have a fence there, so some deer may choose to go around. But I would say that's probably the greatest negative wildlife impact to the extent that's the negative wildlife impact of this project.
Okay.
But sorry, just back to your point, you're right. There's not a lot of traffic or a lot of movement on the site itself. It acts mainly as a field. Yeah, that's right.
And that kind of brings me to my next question is traffic. How is this going to generate much additional traffic? Do you have someone checking on the sites daily, weekly? How do you go about that?
So one of the big positives to our projects, again, across our entire portfolio, and Salt Creek Solar is no exception to this, is that even though it does create a lot of jobs during the construction phase, which is manpower heavy. To run a project of this size takes about 4 to 6 full-time jobs, and that's kind of basically to monitor it, through the hours. All I mean by that is actually it's very light on traffic, and so while we are paying a significant tax payment to the county, we're going to put very little impact on the roads, on the schools, on sort of the regular life of the county. So we feel that sort of tax base without the wear and tear is a big benefit to these projects, and that's been a big part of our projects throughout our portfolio. Yeah, absolutely.
Part of this project is in some floodplain area. If you have a solar panel that, say we do have a significant flooding event, what does the solar panel float away? What happens? What's worst case scenario?
That is a worst case scenario for us. Again, we are contracted to produce the power and to have all the panels producing kind of as much as they can. We are working to avoid building anywhere where that is a significant risk, but as we saw this past year, you got to be ready. These are outdoor projects. The panels and racking systems are kind of minimal structures, but they are built to last outdoors and to withstand significant weather. So, we are accounting for something like that, and we will be responding very quickly because, it's greatly to our advantage to do so. Yeah, absolutely.
These projects are also insured, so if something like that were to happen, you would make a claim and the project would be replaced or repaired and up and running again very quickly. Colin mentioned withstanding significant weather, and just to put a little fine point on that, EF3 tornado type winds, softball size type hail, these are rated to withstand those things. So could a major flood pick some of them up and carry them away? I don't think you could say that couldn't happen, but they are significant structures in that way. They're meant to be outside for decades and to withstand what can happen being outside in the Midwest.
Along those lines, can you talk a little bit about the decommissioning process?
Certainly. Sorry, are you?
In terms of
Yeah.
what happens once
Great.
once you're at that point, how is that taken care of?
It's great. The general process is that we basically try to recycle what we can recycle and salvage what we can recycle. Again, we're economically incentivized to do so. So to that end, the panels are usually palleted and brought to either a recycling plant, or if they are still viable, they'll be recycled and resold for use, which generally has greater value than their salvage value, even though they do have significant salvage value components. I mean, the basic panels, aluminum, silicate, and copper, all of which do have some value. Then the racking is removed. Basically, we are contracted through our leases with our landowners to remove, the wires and the fences and anything else they want removed. And
There's really no waste left behind
Oh, no.
at that time of the process.
Sorry, yes, that's exactly right. And no, we're contracted to return the land to what it was. Yep.
Along the lines of some of Tracy's questions, is there an increased risk of fire in the area as a result of these panels being in the ground?
It's a great question, one we've gotten frequently and understandably. I think the way that we understand it is that no component in a solar project actually is flammable. Basically, can sustain a fire. The main concern there, as it is on the current farmland, is the ground cover. And a big part of the full-time job is sort of maintenance of the ground cover, mowing and making sure that acts as a fire preventative measure. As part of this project, as we head towards a building permit, hopefully we will be working very closely with local fire departments to create a plan. There'll be keys in a lockbox, and we'll be working very, very diligently to prepare for, a worst-case scenario. And we feel that basically we will meet or lower the fire risks of
You're
the
saying
existing
that the
use.
risk of fire is because it's in a field and really isn't related to the solar panels themselves.
The panels themselves, that's right. Yeah, exactly.
These are no more inherently flammable or fire-prone, or probably less so, especially with the steel components of it, than anything else. Yes, there are electrical connections and electrical cables, but those are all done according to electrical codes, applicable commercial level electrical codes and building codes. So sure, can you have a fire associated with electricity? Of course. You can have that in a new house or a new commercial building or a new industrial facility. This is no more inherently flammable or fire-prone, and probably less so because you don't have flammable contents like you would in a house or a business or something like that.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Not to get sort of, again, economic about it, but we are, just to go back, we are, this is expensive machinery and a big investment, so we are doing everything we can, and we'll always do everything we can to protect from any such thing happening. Absolutely. Yeah.
Are we ready to let him off the hot seat for right now?
I was going to say we should move quickly before, no.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We will take testimony in support.
Break? Do a break room?
We'll let them know and then how about a break? Is that okay? Go ahead.
That was close.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is John K. Hansen. I'm the president of Nebraska Farmers Union. Our office is at 1305 Plum Street. I also serve as the chair of the Nebraska Wind and Solar Conference. I invite you all to attend if you would like, October 29th and 30th at the Cornhusker Hotel. So we share all the latest information on wind and solar issues. So I thought that as a kind of a beginner, this is the February 21st, 2019 map of solar development in Nebraska. And so you can see that we've got about 23.7 megawatts of solar across Nebraska. And this was compiled by the Nebraska Energy Office, now the Nebraska Department of Energy and Environment, as they've been combined. So it's been my pleasure in my job as president of Farmers Union, but also with the Wind and Solar Conference, to see the growing interest in solar. And it has come of time. It is now moving forward. I break it down into 3 different categories, which is the residential, farm, business, the smaller kinds of operations and installations, the community wind or community solar type operations, which most of these encompass that you see on this map. And now we're at the door, opening up the door and saying that here in Nebraska we're going to have commercial solar. And so 230 megawatts is obviously the door opener. And so we are well positioned. If you look at the data for solar and look at the potential in the various states, we have about 3 southwestern states that are clearly the most sunny states. And then when you get in between about 3 and 15, it's really a small amount of incremental difference between the ranking between those. And so western Nebraska has more solar potential than does eastern, but even in eastern we are still very good in our solar capacity. It's been our pleasure to work with this developer, and they have, Ranger Power has done what I like for developers to do. Since I'm a president of a farm organization, I represent landowners. I like it when they knock on my door and say, we're interested in doing business in your state. What would you suggest that we do in order to work with landowners and do it in a proper and effective way? And we've had those discussions, and to their credit, they've done everything I've asked them to do. They've been open, they've been transparent, they've been taking all of the issues that are out there straight up, and that they have been willing to sit down and really do the necessary kitchen table discussions and outreach with both the participants. I do have members who are participants, and also the neighbors, and it's important to be a good neighbor, and I think they've made a good faith effort to do that. And would just say that as we think about energy and all of the different kinds of ways to generate it, every single way to generate electricity has an environmental footprint, and it's not possible to do it without it. And so each one has its own specific set of particular kinds of impacts on the neighborhood, impacts on the environment, but to my way of thinking, both wind and solar are, of all the different kinds of generation, the most kind to the future, and are far and away have the smallest footprints. But it's never honest to say that there are no considerations for any kind of generation. That is just not realistic. So this project, we have looked at it. We think it makes a lot of sense. It fits the goals and the requirements that you have for the city, and would encourage that you continue to go forward in the other hat relative to developing proper regulations for solar development in Lancaster County, which is, I think, needed. And obviously, this is within the 3-mile perimeter of the city. And if it were not, it would not be permitted. So that tells me that there's a need to go forward and develop the proper regulations for Lancaster County. And that in all of these things, there's no water used really on an ongoing basis, no carbon emissions. There's new tax base. There's new tax revenue. There's new income to the community. And of course, I represent landowners, and my landowners are extremely happy for the opportunity to take advantage of this economic opportunity. So with that, thank you, and I'd be glad to answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions? Okay, so before we keep going with testimony and support, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So we'll be back at 3:35. Just a short little break.
Thank you.
back from break, and we are doing testimony and support, and thank you for being proactive.
Dan Griffith, 13990 Adams Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. I'll just keep this short and sweet. This solar farm will be a good thing. According to the scientists, we have a very short time to act on climate change. And those of us who've signed up for this farm, signed up for this are doing our part to tackle climate change because the future's here and let's embrace it. Just think, $800,000 in property tax revenue in this county alone every year. Think about that.
Thank you.
Hey there. Sean Flowerday, Lancaster County Commissioner for District 1. I'm going to keep my comments pretty short and sweet too because I've got a lot of sympathy for sitting up there during a long hearing. Lancaster County lost 22 bridges this last winter following an unprecedented bomb cyclone weather event. Just like Dan said, the effects of climate change aren't 50 years out. They're not 10 years out. They're here on us. And on top of 30 years of deferred maintenance on our county infrastructure, all of a sudden we have incredible historic extreme weather events every couple of years. We were down to less than 5 closed bridges from the 2015 severe weather events we had, when now we're suddenly back up to 22. Our community has to be a leader in clean energy. Our community has to be a leader in renewables and finding a new path to get away from the old model of fossil fuels that we've been on for such a long time. Nebraska is the only state in the nation to see an increased use of coal from 2006 to 2016. That's not the future we want, and that's not what we want for our community. We're the Saudi Arabia of wind. We've got over 300 days of sun, a little bit more in the west, a little bit less in the east. We're prime pickings for renewable energy here, and as a community, we need to embrace that. Just like Dan was saying, $800,000, we just had to turn down 10 full-time employee requests this year on the county budget that we just finished up last week. That was $700,000, those 10 full-time employees. When I hear $800,000, I hear 2 sheriff's deputies driving around on our county roads to keep us safe. I hear another crew that's working our roads to keep working and to keep our county roads safe. I hear, new staff in community corrections. I hear another county attorney to work on child support issues. I hear another public defender. $800,000 can be a lot. So, thank you for listening. Is there any questions you have? No?
Nope.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Testimony and support.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience in sitting through us all. My name is Marilyn McNabb. I'm at 1701 West Rose Street in Lincoln. I'm speaking for the Lincoln chapter of Citizens Climate Lobby today. Our purpose is to find solutions to the climate crisis. CCL is a network of volunteers in nearly every congressional district. We want to see action by Congress, and we also support local steps like the one you're considering today. We share the enthusiasm of the Lincoln Journal-Star editorial board for the Ranger Power project. Their headline was "Solar Farm Proposal, Great for Local Area." It's true, it's great for the local area, but it's also great for more than the local area. Nebraska isn't at the very top of the list of states that can benefit most from solar energy development, but we're not very far down either. According to the National Renewable Energy Lab, Nebraska is 13th among states in our solar power potential. But at present, for actual solar production, we rank 44th, according to the Solar Energy Industries Association. So the Ranger Power project can be a beginning of a much larger industry in the state. We can see a lot more use for a fuel that doesn't cost anything, and we don't have to worry about it running out. You can find on the website of the Nebraska Energy Office a map that's actually the map that John Hansen had, showing all the community solar projects that have been built so far. If you add them all up, they're less than 1/5 of the size of the proposed project, the proposed Ranger Power project. The size of the project begins to address the size of the problem and indicates our state's potential for clean energy generation. I haven't discovered any kind of energy generation that doesn't have trade-offs. I have solar panels on my roof, It's probably about right to say that the first 3 years of those were, of their existence, they were paying back the emissions cost it took to manufacture them. I accept that downside in exchange for knowing that most of my use now doesn't depend on coal or methane. It's also a lot of fun to open an electric bill that has, $2 or $3 on it. For larger scale solar, I see the land use as a trade-off, but it's a much wiser trade-off than continuing to accept the effects of emitting greenhouse gases to produce electricity. The study submitted by Ranger Power as part of their application process seems to me convincing that experience elsewhere shows that the sale price and marketability for properties adjacent to solar farms is not affected. The Lincoln chapter of Citizens Climate Lobby asks you to approve this application, and I just want to add another little thing. I work with the local Audubon chapter. I write a column every month about climate change and birds, and if you go to the national site, you will see very, very strong support for the development of solar power. Solar power is good for birds, so that's a thought about the wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. Pat Haverty, 1128 Lincoln Mall, Suite 100. I'm the Vice President of Economic Development at the Lincoln Partnership for Economic Development. I'm going to be very brief. I want to be respectful of your time, and I think we're hearing a lot of repetitive type statements here. But Ranger Power did a great job on that community strengths or the community inputs slide that they had there. The high tax revenue that's going to come from this project, construction jobs that are created, the renewable energy, the clean air. So those are just a lot of the same points that I was going to talk about today. The other thing is our team met initially some time ago with Ranger Power. We were very impressed with this team. We continue to be so, to be impressed with them. We really like the community input process that they have gone through. We think, as you saw here today, they're answering a lot of questions and they're easing a lot of fears that people have about this entire project. And we greatly appreciate that, and we really do support this project. Be happy to answer any questions. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ken Winston. I'm appearing on behalf of Nebraska Interfaith Power and Light, and we are an organization that brings faith and moral messages on issues related to taking care of the planet and dealing with climate change. I'm not going to repeat the things that have been previously said. I guess I'm just going to talk just a little bit about the fact that we are really seeing some incredible and scary impacts of climate change this year, and it's past time to start addressing the impacts of climate change. The good news is that solar energy is one of the ways of addressing climate change by generating electricity in a manner that does not generate greenhouse gases. And also there's other emissions that fossil fuels generate that also are not generated by renewable energy, such as sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxide and mercury that are generated by burning coal. And it also doesn't use water, unlike that's one of the things a lot of people don't think about is a coal-fired power plant uses a lot of water, millions of gallons a year. So that's one of the things that we need to think about is what is the overall impact on resources from solar energy. Then I wanted to mention the fact that there's really strong support right here in Lancaster County for renewable energy and for solar development in particular. Now, if you want to look this up, and I realize that you can't just click on a piece of paper and get to the link, but if you want to look up the Yale Communications 2018 poll, and I mean, I thought about that after I typed this up. It's like, oh, gee, that doesn't really work. You can't just click on the piece of paper. But, and it's hard, I defy you to type all those things in. But in any event, that there is strong support for renewable energy right here in Lancaster County. Over 82% of Lancaster County residents think that actually there should be incentives for solar power. And this would not require any incentives. It would just be merely providing an opportunity. And then I guess I just wanted to finally indicate that the tax revenues that were earlier discussed, actually I don't think all of them go to the county. Sorry, Sean. I think the school districts get a chunk of those as well, but teachers need to get paid as well. And I think I'm assuming most of us think that it's a good idea to hire teachers and pay teachers. So, and the jobs that are created, anyway, I think this is a positive step in every aspect, and we would encourage the approval of this proposal. So, thank you, and I'd be glad to answer questions if you have any.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Testimony and support.
My name's Scott Otley. My spouse and I are owners of land that we've leased to this project. We live at 2400 North 134th, and we currently have a 25 kilowatt hour solar project of our own with LES, and it's been in for 4 years. Makes no noise. I mean, we can't hear it in the house. You have to be right next to it to hear it. And it's just a slight buzzing sound at the most. That's the inverters. And after 4 years after its installation, we had no maintenance costs. The only thing we had to do is push the snow off of it in the winter. I have a question, though. This bonding business, what exactly are they asking to change? Because when we entered negotiations with these folks, your permit system said they had to have a bond up front. Now they're changing it to 15 years. And whatever the abandonment language is, I'd like to have that, clarified.
We'll ask staff when they come back up, and they'll give us an explanation.
That's what I'd like. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Because somebody's got to pay for it when it's done.
Thank you. Other testimony in support. Does anyone want to testify while he's getting his device loaded there?
We'll just have to stand here. Come on.
Yeah, go ahead, come on up.
up.
That way he doesn't feel like we're all watching him.
Good afternoon, my name is Gary Carson. My wife and I own 80 acres at 114,230 Holdridge. We plan to lease approximately 50 acres to the project. I just want to make a few comments in support. First, it makes me happy to think that Nebraska, and specifically Lincoln, could start embracing solar energy. I say this because I believe that solar energy is our best path forward, our best bridge away from fossil fuels. My second comment was in regards to our great farmers in this state. Nebraska is known as a farming state. It's a very noble profession, but people that farm know that it's also an unstable business, if you will. There are, of course, weather events, geopolitical events, and other things that make being a farmer have a lot of anxiety. So one of the great things about this project is the people that sign on are signing on for a stable income for the duration of the project. I think that's a pretty important thing. Lastly, I just wanted to point out that it's been a pleasure working with Ranger Power. They've been very transparent, professional, very forthright, answered all our questions, and I'd like to see Lincoln push forward with this.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have success?
I do have success.
See, we took eyes off you, and now it's a go. Okay, tell us who you are.
Absolutely. My name is Zach Renshaw, and I am the chairman for the Doane University Campus Corps chapter. And I'm here today to discuss the benefits of 100% committed, more specifically solar power. The climate is dramatically impacting the soil health in the state of Nebraska, and the health and vitality of soil everywhere, from the smallest backyard farm, to the smallest backyard garden to the largest Midwestern farm, plays an integral role in our state's food production, and it's being threatened by climate change. As you all know, the more carbon that's in the air, the more the sun's energy gets trapped as heat, and these rising global temperatures disrupt the natural systems, leading to more and more extreme weather. Specifically, we can look past spring that Sean mentioned. The severe flooding, the droughts, it's all happening in the state currently. And the state's soil health is dependent upon the water cycle. And the climate crisis is fundamentally altering the water cycle around the world. It's shifting the precipitation patterns and it's increasing evaporation rates. Rainfall has become either increasingly abundant or in desperately short supply relative to the long-term averages. Either we're having extreme downpours that are leading to runoff and erosion because the ground simply isn't able to absorb the precipitation at the rate it's falling, stripping away the healthy soil of its key nutrients needed to sustain agriculture. This runoff is then picking up pollutants from the landscape and carrying them to nearby rivers and other water systems. Or we're seeing frequent droughts and enhanced evaporation that are not only killing off vital soil ecosystems necessary to grow healthy crops, they're also leaving less water to dilute relatively common pollutants in our reservoirs, lakes, rivers, etc. Protecting the soil in this state means protecting the state's agriculture. And we need long-haul solutions. What's the difference between 32 degrees and 33 degrees or 211 and 212 degrees Fahrenheit? Either water freezes or it boils. Consider that farms depend on reliable seasons and predictable, consistent temperatures and precipitation to grow specific crops in specific regions. However, there is a solution. As you all know, PV solar is exploding across the United States. According to the Solar Energy Industries Association, a new solar project was installed every 100 seconds. Total installed solar capacity in the United States is projected to more than double in the next 5 years. Furthermore, if you look at the levelized cost of energy, which is an assessment of all the costs to build, operate, maintain a power generating asset over its lifespan, divided by the total energy output that the technology produces. According to the consulting firm Lazard, in 2018, even without subsidies, utility-scale solar and wind are now cost competitive with the conventional generation of technologies, particularly coal. Industry statistics are showing that the price to install an average-sized residential solar system fell from $40,000 in 2010 to under $18,000 today before incentives. Furthermore, solar energy is providing clean energy and green jobs. The latest National Solar Jobs Census shows significant expansion in the industry over the last 8 years, suggesting that solar will continue to be a source of stable, well-paying careers in the state of Nebraska. From 2013 to 2018 alone, the solar economy grew 6 times faster than the overall U.S. economy, adding some 100,000 jobs to the national workforce. 1 in every 124 jobs created in the United States in that time span was in solar. Today, over 240,000 Americans work in the solar industry, with the median wage for installers at around $32 hourly for mid-level workers. Among them are hundreds of veterans provided free training and apprenticeships throughout the federal Sunshot Initiative. As you can see here, the price of lithium-ion batteries to store the solar energy is decreasing significantly, and the cumulative storage capacity projected by 2040 is to be over 800 gigawatts. The city of Santa Cruz, California shaves $73,000 annually off its electric bill thanks to the solar carports it erected over the parking lots in the city hall and police department. The excess power that these canopies generate in the summer is credited at peak rates to offset power costs at night. Over their expected 25-year lifespan, those two modest, no-maintenance carports will reap the city several million dollars in savings. As everyone said, there was a lot of economic benefits to these projects, but thinking of the long term, and as a young person in this state who hopes to continue to live here in this state and work here, there are long-term consequences to the actions that we've taken so far, and this solar project is a step in the right direction. As someone who comes from agriculture, I understand the benefits of healthy soil, understand the benefits of a strong local economy, and so I urge this board, this commission, to support this project and push it to its completion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce Anderson, 4101 North 134th Street. First, I'm going to acknowledge I'm one of the benefactors. I'm one of the landowners that has contracted with Ranger Power and also live in the area. And so, of course, I'm going to support this. But that's not really the reason I'm talking to you here this afternoon. I could reiterate climate change, clean energy, taxes, all those things that everybody else has mentioned here. But I think there's other things, especially for the local people, that are going to be beneficial for us. For one, if you've lived in an agricultural setting for very long, you've experienced, you've seen, or you've probably also smelled the application of pesticides on the agricultural land around you. Furthermore, some of the residents out in that area have their own personal wells, taking water from the aquifer that is there. By putting this type of a project that does not use pesticides, that does not use fertilizer, we are in one small way improving the air and quality of the air and the water that will be available to the people in that area. Also, there's been talk about how agriculture, economics, income varies because of weather, because of trade barriers and things of that nature, prices. But a lot of these are overcome for the farmers because of various subsidies that are provided. There's insurance subsidies. They're paying this year for the trade barriers, certain amounts of bushels per bushel of soybean that normally you would have had there. Who pays for that? It's us taxpayers, because that's where the government gets those dollars. By giving this stable income to at least this small group of agriculture producers, we're going to reduce some of that taxpayer burden that exists for us. Also, maybe lastly, one other concept that may not be thought about, but maybe we need to have the foresight to consider, is that you look at this 1,100 acres of contiguous land. In one way, we could think of this as an easement, a situation where this land is actually being preserved for the next 25, 40, maybe longer years because of the lack of agricultural use on it. It'll be preserved from other residential or commercial development. It's located in a particularly desirable spot close to where the supposed East Beltway may eventually be built. When this project is decommissioned, that 1,100 acres may offer an opportunity for the then current landowners, probably won't be me, but probably won't be many of those that are current landowners now, maybe their heirs, but also maybe work in conjunction with the city, with the county, could make good use of this kind of a green space, maybe this kind of economic development area in a way that goes way beyond our current desire to get more taxes, to reduce climate change, and other benefits that exist there. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Testimony and support. Any further testimony and support? Okay, testimony in opposition.
Hi, my name is Ken Richards, and I'm the president of our association. I've got several people that had to leave because of time constraints, but I've got several people here that live out there where we do. I live at 3401 North 131st Street, and we built our house about 5-6 years ago. So I guess I would first start by saying, in our negotiations with Ranger Power, we've never once said we're in opposition. So. But we do have concerns, and that's why I'm here, and several other people as well. So with that said, the first thing I would say would be our covenants, and I don't know if we can show this map at all, but Outlot A is actually part of our covenants, and this Outlot A would be right here surrounding our homes. So what our covenant says is no wind turbines, solar, or other energy collectors shall be constructed on any lot without first being approved by a developer or the Architectural Review Committee, which I am on that committee. We haven't approved anything. So we believe that our covenants, including Outlot A, would say that those solar panels aren't allowed on that property. So now with that said, you know, I've talked with Colin a couple of times, once at my office and at our house, and he was nice enough to work with us on what he felt was an agreement, a contract that he wanted all of us to sign. However, they've been working on this for a couple of years. We've had, literally, we had that contract a couple of weeks ago, a few weeks. We just haven't had time to review it, look at it, have an attorney check it out, and see, you know, if there's any loopholes that would come back to really bite us, so to speak. So that's a concern why we didn't sign that. And some other things with that, though, is, you know, in that contract it said that we were supposed to not come here and oppose this project. It says these things in this contract. And, you know, it felt like, in fact, what we're told is if we don't sign it, then all bets are off and they're going to go ahead and put solar panels on Outlot A all around us. And that felt to us like we were getting bullied, quite frankly. And so I know this is a big investor on the East Coast. I think it's D.E. Shaw is the financial investor behind this, and they've got a lot of money and a lot more power than we do. So I'm not an attorney, but I do believe that this covenants would hold up. Again, you know, I'm sure with more power and money than we have, they could find a way around it. So we're not really arguing that. What we're saying is, in fact, one of my conversations with Colin was they weren't sure they were going to need all 1,100 acres. In fact, it might be 700 or 800. So we're just saying, can you leave them off of our backyards? You know, there's several arguments that said property values would not drop, and they said they have statistics that would show that. But I think, you know, you can have any data and statistics that you want that benefit you, and you know, I think, you know, the media told us that Hillary Clinton had a double-digit lead and still lost. So you can have any kind of statistic out there. So the reality is, when we built our home, we built it because of the cornfields, the trees, the wildlife, and never in a million years imagined we'd have glass solar panels in our backyard. So there's now an acreage going up, or a development at about 176th and Havelock. And my question would be, if you're looking for an acreage, are you going to buy one with solar panels all around you, or move 2 miles down the road and look for an acreage that is desirable? So it will affect our property values, and we've put everything we have in. You know, this is our third home, and for 30 years we've develop this. And by the way, I was hoping someone could come up and help with a little time, because I have a feeling, because the last group got a lot of time, so we need a little more time. But so that's the covenants issue there. But also, let's talk about the liability real quick, because there have actually been several fires caused by solar panels, and there's 1,127 acres that were started when a bird flew into a pair of wires, creating an electrical circuit and shower sparks, and burned 1,100 acres in Southern California. There's also a transformer that exploded around 7 p.m. That caused that Thomas fires, which is the largest wildfire in California. And what happened was, it sounds like the experience shows that they call it a duck curve, where solar energy drops off and conventional energy ramps up, and the transformer couldn't handle it. Currently also, Walmart is suing Tesla because Tesla had put several solar panels on top of the Walmarts and they had a contract with them. Well, due to faulty workmanship, these solar panels were catching fire and damaging the Walmarts. Walmart's trying to get Tesla to pull them off of their roofs. And so I guess my point is, it's not just one cause. We had a bird, we had faulty workmanship, we've had a transformer. These solar panels can catch on fire. So why would we want to put them right by homes? We've got people, children, domestic animals, property. We're just asking them to leave them off of our outlawed A, and then we can support the project. But to be bullied into signing something we don't really know what we're signing yet, we want more time. That's why we're here. So yes, there is a liability there, and also for an environmentally friendly project, as this sounds, and I'm not going to get into all the details, but apparently birds can get zapped right out of the air, and it's happened. And in fact, in California, there's workers at the Ivanpah solar panel plant that call these birds streamers as they ignite in midair and plummet to the ground, trailing smoke. Federal wildlife investigators said there was an average of one streamer every 2 minutes, or hundreds of thousands incinerated birds per year. Another expert estimated that it was only 28,000 per year. What are the numbers? Who knows? But the reality is, apparently birds can fly over these, the heat and whatever causes it, they can just be incinerated right in midair. So, but again, those are just things that people don't want to talk about, because we want to promote environmentally friendly issues these days, and I get that. So those are concerns, but really it's more the liability. It's also the aesthetics. I mean, again, we built these homes and bought these homes for living out in the country, and we don't want solar panels in our backyard. I cannot walk out of my house with their project where they have it set up and not see them. I mean, they're going to be right there. So 100 feet setback is maybe the length of this room. I've got an outbuilding, so outbuildings are as long as these things, right? So that setback isn't very far. I mean, it is very dangerously close to our homes. That's obviously an issue. We basically are just asking that they would come back into negotiations with us and say, you know what, we'll keep them off of outlawed A. And they did show a map that in fact, if that map can be shown up again, so to Ranger Power's, what their original contract they wanted us to sign was they were going to try to keep them off of basically from here over. But there's 4 houses that those would butt right up to. So there's basically 4 houses that would have solar panels butting right up to their property lines. Now there is a buffer of a tree, but again, you can see through those, especially in the wintertime. So there's certain things they say they can do to help us, but they aren't willing to actually put or eliminate the solar panels in behind those homes. So that's our request, would be that we can delay this, find some more time where we actually have time to talk to an attorney, see what this contract says. Because from what we've read so far in the contract, we're not supposed to complain about anything, more or less, even this hearing itself, as well as, let's say a deer does get entangled in the fence. And it starts to rot and it smells in the neighborhood. Are we not supposed to be able to call? I mean, it says we cannot in this contract. We just need to be able to talk to them on a little different level, and they're basically trying to force us to sign a contract we're not willing to sign right now. So that summarizes, I'm sure I'm over my time right now, but so as far as the property values and the liability and that sort of thing, that's major concerns for us. So.
All right, questions at all?
Can you point out on there which lot is yours, please?
Yes, we are, so, oh yeah, this is the map that they agreed. We are on this lot right here. This is our acreage right here.
Thank
So
you.
basically, out of my front door, my side door, my back door, I would see solar panels. And what we're asking is that they would also include this area, so approximately 79 more acres where they would not put solar panels. That's it. So out of 1,100 acres, we're just asking for basically 79 acres more, please. That's all we want, and then we can support their project. Again, you know, we didn't want them basically in our backyard, and that's what they're trying to do to us. So.
And where is the outlot?
So all of this is Outlot A. This whole area right here, that's what we call Outlot A.
I see. Thank you.
So they're willing to keep them off part of that, and we appreciate that. But it doesn't benefit these homes here. They're going to still look out their back door and see all those solar panels. And they said that they're not. You can carry one. So to cover up, you know, just 100 acres, you're talking thousands of solar panels that we got to stare at. So we just really feel that you know, we could use the support, obviously, from the commission on this. You know, we're Nebraska people. We've lived here our whole life. We've built our homes here, built our equity here, and you know, we're not opposed to somebody from the East Coast coming in and developing this, especially if it is beneficial for a lot of other people. But don't hurt us. We're the small guy. It feels kind of like David and Goliath a little bit right now. So we just need some support. So.
I'm assuming the developer maintains ownership and control of Outlot A.
So that's a great question, because from what we can find in the contract they want us to sign, it doesn't really say who the owner of that is, even though I don't believe ownership will change. I think they're just signing a lease to be able to put their solar panels.
Have you had discussions with the developer of the area?
We have not directly, no, just through Ranger Power. Yeah.
Okay.
So, any other questions for me?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
And if there are other people from your association with you? Okay, great.
Hello, Justin Whistler. I live at 13277 Lizzie Lane, which on this drawing would be this property right there. And just to clarify this, I don't know if you all understood this map. This hatched area was the area that Ranger Power would not build their solar panels on. So this is all considered Outlot A. So they proposed to build on all of that. This is just was in that agreement to not build. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that they were originally going to plan to build all the way around all of our houses. So to piggyback on his covenants thing, we are the last development in this development area, I guess. We're the 8th house or whatever. We're the last ones. We purchased the land, I believe, January 2018. And we were handed the covenants, and we read them over, and there was, you know, obviously that Outlot A could not be built, solar and wind could not be built on there. And we were not notified of this project at all, even though the leases were in agreement already. There were leases already signed at the time that we bought our land. None of this was brought to our attention. So we built our forever home not knowing this project was going to be there. And as you can see from this photo here, this is from Ranger Power. The photo they showed you in their slideshow obviously cropped out all of that and not shown our nice house that we built. We spent a lot of time and effort and, quite frankly, a lot of money to build our forever home. My wife's brother-in-law even pitched in and built his own suite in the basement so that he could visit our children. He spends about 3 months of the year here. We don't plan on moving out of this house at all for 40, 50 years. I'm not opposed to solar power, but again, piggybacking on Ken's comments, there's some things we need to get clarified from Ranger Power first before we're for this project. In our backyard here, it's very difficult to see from this angle because you're looking upward, but that field continues to go upward in our backyard, and standing on our second floor balcony, the 100-foot setbacks along with the trees would not help us at all. You would see every bit of solar panels on top of that hill. That's just one thing I want to point out from some of these photos. It's very difficult to see stuff like that. Speaking of construction jobs, while we were building our house, we had some theft occur. I had a trailer stolen. This was because of the jobs that come in to build, houses or such or anything. They're usually not. They could be local workers, but they're not local to that area, so they can get away with stealing stuff, especially tipping off their friends saying, "Hey, there's a trailer here, come steal it." The construction workers are there all day long. They know when we're not there, so they're just going to steal something. So I'm a little concerned with construction, 300 construction workers with theft. It's something that I haven't heard brought up yet. Also, since that hill comes down to us, I'm a little concerned about the erosion. I know they say they plant wildflowers, but I don't know how you grow flowers underneath panels. There's obviously shade. We already get a lot of their field runoff and erosion into my yard. I've already installed 200 or 300 foot of erosion bags that I had to cut up in sections and build, they call them check dams in my backyard to keep the soil off my property, because there used to be a terrace running through there and there is no longer a terrace there. So there may be some erosion controls in the future, and that's something I want to address. But other than that, I also want to bring up a couple things about the fires. Something I've noticed or heard, running vehicles with hot catalytic converters, if they're sitting in one area, can start a fire underneath if they're idling, because that tall grass, if they drive on it, the catalytic converters can catch the grass on fire. Also fueling mowers and trimmers, that could spill some gas. Those are hot too. Set a trimmer down, it could start a fire. Lithium-ion batteries, they explode randomly. You just charge them and they explode. Well, these are getting charged continuously. How can 1,000 of these batteries, not one, be faulty? It's just when they said there was no fire risk, that's not true. There is fire risk. This is a more fire risk area now that you're developing and putting batteries on it and such. So I just want to point a couple of those things out. Well, I appreciate your time. Do you have any other questions?
I do.
Yes.
Have you had any discussions with the developer that you purchased your lot from?
With the developer?
That you
or
purchased your lot from?
Ranger Power?
No, the developer
No,
you
I have
purchased
not.
your lot from.
Have not. We didn't know. We didn't figure out who it was until 2 weeks ago.
Is there a reason that you haven't?
We didn't know who it was.
Who you bought your lot from?
Oh, who I bought my lot from?
The
Jerry Kreezer. Yes.
Jerry.
He did not bring the solar farm to my attention at all. We asked him about the covenants, and he sent us over the covenants.
Do you want to come
You'll
up and
have to
testify?
come up.
Yes. Good. Excellent point.
Hi, I'm Abby. I'm his wife. When we got our plans approved and stuff, when we sent them to him, he referred us to the president. And so he said he was kind of out of it. So all of our stuff that had to do with the covenants, we went through our president and not through the developer.
The covenants specifically stated that house plans need to be approved by the.
Sure.
So he directed us to Ken.
The use of Outlaw A ought to be described in your restrictive covenants, and that relationship with the developer does not go away. I would have a discussion with your developer.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
Testimony in opposition.
Hello, my name's Tiffany Henn, 3450 North 131st Street. If we still have this up, I'm in between the two that just stacked. I'm the property in between the two. So a couple more things on the covenants. I know you said talk to the developer, but a couple more things that are explicitly listed in the covenants. Under Article 2, 1A, no construction of any residence or other structure on any lot unless written approval by the Architectural Review Committee. Under Article 6, 4, No lot or residence is placed or constructed or utilized for any purpose other than single-family residential purposes. And these would be constructed items. Under Article 6, Section 6, a maximum of one outbuilding or any structure of any kind may be constructed on a lot, and the residence must be constructed before any other structure. They already talked about the article about no solar energy. And then under Article 6, Section 25, no industrial activity shall be conducted, no business or commercial use shall be permitted that requires utilization of any structure other than a personal residence. I won't talk about all the other things, the fire and all that stuff, but I do want to talk about the comprehensive plan that was addressed earlier. Some of the things that weren't talked about that would go against that comprehensive plan are local food production. That would go away when you take out all the farming crops that are there. Future Lincoln growth, this is actually pretty close to where they are developing new homes, and the ability to grow that development further out that direction would be limited. It talks about predictability for neighborhoods, preservation of farmland, and preservation of traditional land uses. And I believe that would be in opposition of all of those. Questions?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Testimony in opposition.
Hello, I'm Diane Brozick. I live at 3501 North 131st. Again, like many of my neighbors have said, we want to be good stewards to the land, and we are not opposed to solar energy or, conserving power, those types of things. But as your comprehensive plan pointed out, we want to have peace and enjoyment of surrounding property, and that's one of the reasons why I moved out to the country 10 years ago. I wanted to be surrounded by fields, and I wanted to have wildlife, and I believe that this solar farm is going to impede that. The solar panels are going to obstruct our views, which is one of the reasons why they have to have visual relief. It's not going to be something that is beautiful to look at, and when I look outside right now, it's beautiful, and you see the trees and the fields and the house that I'm at.
Where the map's not visible, hold on just a second. There you go.
Okay, so I'm in this lot right here, and this area right here is really like a ridge that goes up. So even with the boundary, even having some trees, you're still going to see all of that going up that hill. There's no way they're going to be able to visually relieve all of that. They also just briefly mentioned the fencing, but the fencing that they put up around this is livestock fencing. It's 6 feet high, and it's not very pretty. It's just plain old fence. When we speak about the wildlife, and they said the wildlife that could get in could get out. Well, not necessarily. I mean, you will have times when maybe a deer will jump in, but they will not be able to find their way out. And so there's going to be some animal death related to the fence. Again, on the resale property value, that's a big concern for me. I also wanted to live out there forever, but now if I have to live next to a large solar panel farm, I might consider selling. And so because of that, when I read the impact, and maybe I read it wrong, but they mentioned that it took into account Midwest states, and the states that I saw listed were not states from the Midwest. So it wasn't Nebraska and surrounding states. It was states, away from the Midwest is where the information came from. I also want to say that, there's many neighbors that are getting a financial benefit from this farm, but I'm not one of them. I don't have land that I am going to lease for the next 40 years and get a financial benefit from it. I'm going to look out of my house and see solar panels, and I'm not getting anything in my pocket because of that. These other people are if I was getting money for it, I might be able to look past that, but, you know, it's hard when you're not getting anything for that, other than the good feeling of knowing I'm helping, you know, with solar, which, you know, I am for solar. I do want to be a good steward, but I don't believe that's, you know, that the financial piece is not helping everyone. The location of being next to this substation, you know, there's a lot of substations. We're not the only substation. So I wonder why we can't find a location that's by a different substation and that isn't going to impact any surrounding houses, you know, like there's out by the airport or somewhere where there's, you know, already a lot of space, but not space that has people living in it. So I would think that we should strive to look for a place like that rather than impacting people that already have built homes in these areas. Are you any questions?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Afternoon. My name is Jenny Simpson, and I live at 13300 Lizzie Lane, also in the same subdivision. So I won't try to repeat a lot of the things that people have already said, but I just wanted to kind of maybe go into a little more detail on a couple of things. Excuse me, I have a cold, so. One of my main concerns is that, as they've stated, they haven't actually sold any of the solar that they're planning, the solar power they're planning to generate from this. And from what my research has determined is that LES is already at their threshold for solar energy right now, so it doesn't appear that they would be in the market to buy any of this. Which means that while this may power up to 30,000 homes, none of them are going to benefit, it's not going to benefit us, anyone near the Lincoln community. So that's a concern for me, that we are going to be seeing the, I can't think of the word right now, I'm sorry, that will be impacted by it, but yet we won't receive any benefits from it. So that's definitely one of my concerns. And also the, as far as Ranger Power goes, they have talked a lot about their community outreach that they have done. However, I've only known about this project for about 2 months, and it seems that it's been in the work for at least a couple of years now. So I don't believe that they're being very forthcoming in saying that they've been very proactive into the community. And also a lot of the statements that they've given us have not been true. So that's very concerning to me too, that it seems that this company is deceptive and that they're going to be in our backyards and that we're going to have to deal with them for several years down the road. And as far as the fire concern goes, I know that's also already been addressed, but I did want to just point out that this area is served by the Waverly Volunteer Fire Department. There are no fire hydrants. All of the firemen and women are volunteers, so they would have to be called in, you know, taken out of their daily lives to come into town to get the fire rigs and all of their equipment before they would even be able to attempt to fight a fire. And something of this magnitude, while they're wonderful, of course, I don't think that they have the manpower and the response times to be able to fight a fire of the magnitude that this could cause. And I know that Ken and maybe a couple of others have brought up the fire in California that was actually on a solar farm of nearly the same size as what this would be. But that one was out in the desert, not located near any residential homes, and it caused up to $9 million in damage. So if you can imagine a fire of that magnitude next to several residential areas, not only is it a dollar amount would be exponentially increased, but now you're also talking about the potential loss of lives. And unfortunately, some of those lives might be my family. And so that's very concerning to me as well. Additionally, with this being near Waverly, we are in the District 145 school district, which has many miles of bus routes. So another concern of mine is the impact to the roads that the construction of this project would cause. I know that our roads budget is very strapped already. You can see that there's been several things about that in the news lately. And so that's concerning to me that there wouldn't be funds available to maintain the roads with the additional traffic. And then also with children being on the bus around all of those construction vehicles, that it would be very dangerous for them. Additionally, as far as the economic impact goes, Lincoln and Lancaster County have a very low rate of unemployment. And so all of the construction jobs that would be produced during the construction phase of this project, I don't believe would be sourced locally. So I don't believe that there would have that big of an impact to the community as what maybe they have talked about. And then after the construction phase, they've said only 4 to 6 permanent jobs would be created. So I don't believe that the economic impact would be that great to this area. And as far as the tax revenue goes, LB 424 in 2015 was enacted for basically tax credits for solar energy. And so our tax dollars would actually be going to fund this project, which then would provide tax revenue. So really the taxpayers are providing the revenue that it would provide anyway. And that's all I have at this time. Do you have any questions for me?
Nope, thank you.
Thank you.
Testimony in opposition.
Afternoon, my name is Shauna Gertis. I live at 13045 Lizzie Lane. My compatriots of the neighborhood have spoken. I'm for solar power. I am not for the encapsulation of a solar farm of my neighborhood. If they can remove Outlaw A, or that's what it's called, right? Outlaw lot. I'm on board. But to say, okay, so I read the assessment study that was done at the behest of Ranger Power, and only one of those solar farms was the scale of this farm. One. And that one had some houses, 7, that were going to be encapsulated. The developer of that solar farm bought 5 of those 7 homes at an inflated value and then sold them later to appease the people that were going to be encapsulated. If they keep it as is, no matter what direction you approach my neighborhood, and I've only been there a year, you will feel like you're in Silicon Valley or, you know, a high-tech area. We moved out there to see, like everybody else, soybean fields, cattle, whatever. So I'm asking you to protect our home values by helping us keep Outlaw A out of this development so that we are not encapsulated and we are not so deeply impacted. I guess that's really all I have to say is if Outlaw A can be removed, I feel like I'm totally on board. I just don't want our neighborhood totally encapsulated. We will have the solar panels to the back of my house, and we have trees already in existence that are mature, and it does slope up, so yes, I'll see them in the winter, but I'm willing to deal with that if at the very least they can pull some of Outlaw A out of this development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further testimony in opposition.
Good afternoon. I'm John Reagan. I wasn't planning on talking, but I think I heard a couple things there in terms of the property values. If it's indeed true that that was misrepresented in terms of the property values, I'm already troubled if that's true. But very much like, and let me just say I'm in on 1911 North, 129th, and I'm kind of up here for our neighborhood. We don't really have a formal association. And again, I think like everybody, we're not against solar power. But I guess we're kind of in this same situation with an agreement, a possible agreement, which would be great to keep the panels from completely behind our development. And we're in kind of talks with Ranger Power about that. And we were going to remain silent today, but I guess it sounds like, I don't know if you have the power to go ahead and say, look, you guys need to stay, not approve it for the area around us, much like Outlaw A for the other development. I don't really know how this works, if that's something you have the power to do or whatever. But again, I think we're in the very same boat, and, I'm not sure, in terms of Ranger Power, they have their interests, the developers, or I should say the landowners have their interests, and I appreciate that. I think our neighborhood does, and I don't have any problem with people, developing their land and, those sorts of things. However, again, like most others have said, the panels would put a whole different feel on your property, even with some attempted screening, that I think, really takes away from what we bought when we went out there. And the idea, it's also in our covenants, although I don't think our covenants extend beyond our 10 lots in terms of the irony of, no solar panels in our area or on is within our covenants. Solar panels aren't allowed. And so it's a bit ironic that, the same, I believe it's the same person who developed our acreages, also owns that land and is all for, and I don't blame him, because he can make some money on it, solar panels. However, I don't think it really is, I think it's somewhat disingenuous in terms of, having, these covenants that say no solar panels and then turning around and putting solar panels, right on our border, and it's the same, entity involved here. So, we're going to be completely happy, much like our neighbors to the north, and I don't know if this can come on. This is what we're looking for, and I don't know if you guys can do this or not, but let me just describe this. This area here is where we would have a no-build solar panel area. We've also asked that they not build in this area here, which is not currently in their application permit. However, we've asked them to stay off of that as well, or agree to stay off of that as well, for the very same reason. And the elevation of that is such that, as described by our neighbors to the north, there'd be no way to effectively screen that from behind the homes that are right here. So again, it's not currently as part of the permit, although this area is. We would just, and essentially, so it's the same thing as our neighbors to the north. We just want to keep, the integrity of the areas behind our acreages that are within, close proximity and easy sight, to keep the panels out of those areas. Again, we're not against solar energy. We're not against, landowners benefiting from this kind of a project. I think it's great. But there is also the consideration of people who have, built out there with, a different kind of point of view. And we're not benefiting from any of this. So I think that's kind of, where we stand in terms of what we would like to see. And again, we're happy to still engage with Ranger Power on this and maybe get this taken care of, sometime in the next couple of weeks. It would be great, and I think we're close to doing that. But again, I just want to make sure I'm on record that you don't think that our development is just all on board with it and everything's cool. And again, I don't want to create an extra problem here for us. We really want this to happen. So that's where we stand.
Are you are representing other neighbors?
I think I'm probably pretty much got the whole neighborhood involved. I've talked to all the neighborhoods up and down the street, and I think we'll probably be on board with this agreement. But again, I was just a little concerned too. It suddenly occurred to me, if this is over today and all they wanted was for us to not comment, oops, agreement is gone, in terms of, keeping these, and I don't think they're that kind of actors here, but nonetheless, I just want to protect our interests and make sure that it's known what we're looking for. And if it's something that can be done, in the next week or two, and, you could delay voting on this, I think that might be, from my neighbors to the north, also sort of their intent too, is just give us a couple more weeks. I'd like to believe Ranger Power, and I think I do believe that they are, wanting to do this in a way that some future project could call Tom, it's Tom, right? Or Ken, I'm sorry, Ken or myself or others, and say, yeah, they were good actors. They did work with us to get, something that was going to be agreeable, and we're happy. I'd be happy to be that guy sometime in the future, but, at the moment, it's still up in the air, and we just want to make sure that, our interests are looked after at the end of the day. And again, I'll reiterate, I think, you're our only hope in terms of protection here. You have the interests of the landowners, obviously, who want to develop this, but we're also in play here, too, as good tax-paying citizens who also have an interest. And so that's all I have, unless you have questions.
No.
I do.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So the area that you referenced in your map that you put up on the projector there, yeah, that's part of your association?
Well, and I want to be careful here because I don't officially represent the neighborhood, although I would say.
You're a member of the association, though.
Well, I don't know that I'm in the neighborhood. I don't know that we could, technically say that we have an association yet.
Subdivision.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, we'll stop there. We're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
thanks.
Testimony in opposition.
I'm Patricia Talkin, 15,000 Plum Ridge Road, and I sent a letter and some pictures, and I really didn't want to talk, but I did want to represent a couple neighbors that weren't here today. One had to leave. He has a business and had clients and one is out of the country right now. So anyway, I am concerned about fires, definitely. There was a fire in the neighborhood 2016 and a wildfire, and at that time my husband was still living, and we were concerned. I mean, we sat up one night not knowing if we'd have to fight with a hose because his farm equipment and was disking an area so it wouldn't jump the road, and that was in a March of, pretty sure it was 2000, I don't know if it was 14 or 15. My husband was just diagnosed with cancer 2 months after that. So anyway, and migratory birds. I sent that picture, and there's thousands of birds that come through there. There's a lot of wetlands. A neighbor has a large pond, and I'm concerned about the fire business too with that. And we have a lot of deer, turkeys. I mean, there's tons of wildlife out there. I've lived out there 14 years, and the home that we purchased was built in 1981, and there's 19 acreages in that Plum Ridge Estates development. Some of them got letters, some did not, because they're not in that 3-mile buffer. So they're not here today because they didn't know it got postponed. So thank you for your time, and like I said, I really didn't want to talk, but I want to represent our area also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Testimony in opposition. Okay. Staff. Tom, can you talk about, there was a question about the bonds and decommissioning. Can you explain why they're not going to put up a bond until the 15th year?
Okay. Yeah. I'll do my best trying to be an accountant here. Mr. Levy might be better at this.
That might be more of an actuary.
We did have them submit, it's in the report, a 2-page decommissioning estimate, and basically it's value of the cost, the decommissioning cost minus salvage value. And so if you assume that these are going to be in for, the life is 20 plus years, the value of the panels, at least up to 15 years, are worth so much that they're not going to walk away from it, and there's a resale value of it. In this estimate, they had the resale cost value about 8.4 million. Or excuse me, the decommissioning cost is 8.4 million. The resale value of the panels was 47.8 million. So even if their company for some reason no longer existed, some other company would most likely pick it up and continue due to low operating cost and the value. If they continue to operate, again, the decommissioning cost at 15, estimated at 15 plus years is 8.4 million. The potential revenue and salvage material is a little under 6.5 million. So a bond would be the net decommissioning cost of roughly 1.2 million. And the reason that we're saying 15 years is okay, and then we added or abandonment, was that we feel at that point in time is when the bond would be warranted, just due to the value of the panels.
Do you know what other communities do with regard to bonds?
No, I do not.
Tom, can you, there was a question in one of the letters we received about approving this project and how that would affect other potential projects, large or small, in the area. Can you address that concern?
Do you mean like residential developments or? I heard something about that.
Yeah, it just says that they were thinking about putting in one of their own solar farms, a small one, and so they're worried that if this is approved, then their small solar farm would be impacted. And can you address, like, if
they can certainly apply for a special permit. It wouldn't impact another special permit.
Okay, thank you. And then I have one other question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Can you address how this application and covenants relate to each other?
I think it's been mentioned many times before. We do not enforce covenants. We don't look at covenants. Covenants is a private matter between the developer and the property owner. If they think their covenants doesn't allow solar panels, that would be a private matter that they would probably have to hire an attorney and take it up.
So that would have no bearing on our application before us today?
No.
Does anyone have any other questions?
Nope.
Did you do any research or have any additional information to provide to us on the fire issues that have come up on a couple of occasions today?
Hadn't been brought up before. It wasn't a concern of any other department. Nobody has raised that issue.
Steve Henderson with the Planning Department. I can say early on there was one letter that referenced a fire and $9 million damage. As far as I could tell from the news reports, it was at solar panels at a power plant, and all of the damage was at a power plant, not to adjacent properties, and didn't appear to be a system similar to what we were talking about. It was not a field of solar panels that caught fire and the panels themselves. It was related to an electrical system at the plant, and it was in California.
So the $9 million in damages was the solar panels, not residents?
No, it wasn't the solar panels. It was actually the plant's result, a lot of which was loss of revenue from the fact that the plant had to close for 24 hours. So it was early news reports that talked about a $9 million loss, but it didn't say necessarily $9 million worth of damage to the solar panels. And it was unclear, while it was a solar array, if it was the wiring or what it was, or something that then caused the plant to shut down and lose power to a large area. That's why it was a fairly major story, is a number of homes lost power for 24 hours.
I see.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, applicant rebuttal.
Good afternoon. Again, David Levy, 1700 Farnham Street, Barrett Home Law Firm, on behalf of the applicant.
Colin Snow with Ranger Power, 500 South 4th Street, Eagle, Nebraska, 68347.
So we want to try and walk the line between giving you the information you need, responding to the comments that were made, not taking up too much of your time. So we'll try and do that. And if you have further questions or we go astray, please let us know. Outreach to the neighbors. Colin first started knocking on doors in these neighborhoods in January of 2019. So I'll just address that point. Timing of the decommissioning bond. I think Tom addressed that well. Bonds are very expensive. As with all land use regulation, when you put conditions on a project, you're doing that to protect the public. The evidence here is, and all of those things burden the project, the developer, right? So you're trying to balance that. All of the evidence here, all of the information here is that if for some reason Salt Creek Solar were to go away, which is why you'd need that decommissioning bond, in the next 15 years, there are going to be lenders, there are going to be investors, there's going to be a contract where somebody agrees to buy all of the electrical output of this project. Economically, financially, there is absolutely no reason that somebody would spend $230 million today, and in the next 5 years, when they had or 15 years, sorry, when they had a contract to sell all of the output of that thing on which they spent $230 million, that they'd walk away from it, that their lenders would walk away from it, that their investors would walk away from it. Tom also touched on the resale value. Today, if you were to build this project and then decommission this project and sell the solar panels, you actually net about $40 million. There'd be no reason to do that. But that's the background for not requiring the bond for the first 15 years. Somebody asked what other communities do. We recently had Wayne County approve a decommissioning agreement for a wind energy facility where they didn't take the bond till the 15th year. I want to be transparent. There are some that do it in 10 years. 10, 15 years is the typical situation. Those have mostly been wind farms because that's what we've had in the state. 15 years based on the economics here and the other factors with a solar project, we believe is the right number. And there's just, again, there's no basis to impose that significant cost on this project in terms of the public health, safety, and welfare until that point in time. Covenants, I think you addressed it, and I appreciate that. Those are a private matter. I will say, Commissioner Beckius, you talked about this a little bit, and those properties are owned by the developer. They are not common area like you see sometimes in terms of ownership with a subdivision. And while the covenants are not a matter for this commission, with all respect, and they're not a matter that should be considered, again, with all respect, in your decision on this permit, I do want to just correct something that was not fully stated. No wind turbines, solar, or other energy collectors shall be constructed on any lot without first being approved by the Architectural Review Committee. You heard that part of it. Here's the actual sentence. No wind turbines, solar, or other energy collectors shall be constructed on any lot without first being approved by developer or the Architectural Review Committee. The developer of those properties, those subdivisions, who owns those outlots, who is the lessor to the project and has property rights as well that he wants to take advantage of, lease that land to these projects or to this project, has the rights under those covenants unilaterally to allow those uses. So again, not a matter for the commission, again, with all respect, but I just wanted to clear up that and make sure you had the whole sentence in front of you. You know, there's a lot of talk about fires, and I appreciate Mr. Henriksen discussing that as well. As we talked about, and some of the opponents talked about fires in farm fields. Houses can catch on fire. Fires unfortunately do happen. As we talked about, this project is constructed to all applicable commercial, electrical, and building codes. There's nothing inherently more risky from a fire standpoint about this project than any other type of project. I think it really begins and ends there. As Colin talked about earlier, they will work with the fire department in Waverly and in Lincoln. There will be tax revenue that will help contribute to that. There are more eyes on the facility that will help monitor that as well. There is ground cover. Happy to talk more to that, but I want to try not to belabor it as well. Birds being zapped out of the air and becoming streamers. That, to the extent that happens with projects where the solar energy is concentrated to a collection point. That is not this. These panels don't even warm up so much as that you couldn't put your hand on it and leave it there. So birds being zapped out of the air is a red herring. That may be a bad term to use in that context, but it's just not something that's present with this type of project. Erosion, we've talked about that. We heard that farms have erosion. Farm field is running off into people's yards. This project has ground cover. They have every incentive not to have erosion. They've got steel posts in the ground. If they have erosion, they're going to have a real problem. They're going to work very hard to avoid erosion. There are no batteries associated with this project. Somebody talked about lithium-ion batteries. There are 0 batteries associated with this project, I suppose, other than the ones in people's cell phones as they drive around, with all sincerity. There is not a battery storage component to this project. If there ever were, we would be standing back here again, and you'd be, unfortunately, sitting there listening to us again. But there is no battery storage component associated with this project. Somebody talked about the comprehensive plan. You know, I'll say a couple things. Comprehensive plan is a wide-ranging document. It's kind of the spirit, the community's aspirations. Every project that comes before you that furthers the comprehensive plan, you could probably find things in there that aren't quite as consistent. But local food production, we're not talking about taking a material amount of farmland out of production. You have millions and millions of acres of farmland right here in the Lancaster County and surrounding areas. Future growth, Tom, in his opening presentation, talked about this land being 25 to 50 years out on the development horizon, well after the solar facilities, at least life is projected. Preservation of farmland, you heard testimony from people for and against the project that this actually does preserve farmland today and in the future. So again, we maintain absolutely that this project is very consistent with your comprehensive plan. You know, peace and enjoyment, I guess that's always a tough one. People move to the country. But there's, with all respect to those folks, there's no reasonable expectation that the land surrounding your house or your business or whatever, your farm, is going to stay the same as it is forever. Neighbors, farmers, landowners all have property rights. This is all about balancing that. I don't get to tell my neighbor that they can't do anything on their property just because I don't like it. It's just not really the way it works. We have zoning regulations and planning commissions to balance these interests, but the idea that this land will always be cornfields and soybean fields just isn't reasonable. It could be homes in the decently near future. We just don't know. The fence somebody brought up, just to be clear, it's not a chain link fence. I don't know if we need to go into that anymore. I have not too many more. What else? Roads. I do want to speak to roads. So the way these projects typically work, and we would work with the county engineer and probably enter into a contract with the county engineer that essentially says that whatever Ranger Power does to the roads during construction, they've got to put back to at least as good a condition as it was before. And we all know that typically that ends up in the roads being in better condition. You can't really put them back. You know, they have wear and tear, all roads do, and after the first day they're built. You're going to put them back likely, almost certainly, to better condition than they were in before. That's all at the project's expense. The maintenance trips and maintenance vehicles are few, and those impacts to the roads are minimal, are typical, maybe less so than farming operations. School buses, it allows us again to make the point that the Waverly School District would benefit to the tune of around $500,000 a year in brand-new revenue from this project. That is significant. LB 424 is not a tax credit in any way, shape, or form. I worked on that legislation. There's something called the nameplate capacity tax, which basically takes the personal property of these projects, the part above the ground. We may have talked about this during the wind energy hearings as well, and turns that into an excise tax. Because the way personal property tax works, it starts really high, the equipment depreciates, the tax goes down. It's bad for the taxing jurisdictions because they get a bunch of money and then they don't get any. It's bad for these guys because they have to pay a bunch of tax when they're building the project. So the legislature in 2010 for wind energy with LB 1048 turned that into a flat excise tax, $3,518 a megawatt for the life of the project, whatever they do. There's a little bit of real property tax in there on any maintenance, building, roads, things like that. The value of the leases is taxed as real property. That is all the tax numbers. All LB 424 did is extend the nameplate capacity tax to solar energy. Because as somebody who worked on LB 1048 in 2010, I didn't have the foresight then to think that we needed to do that for solar energy. 424, I think, was in 2014. It expanded that to solar energy. It is not a tax credit. This project is not applying for TIF. Those property taxes that this project pays will go in full from day one to those taxing jurisdictions. I think, lastly, I'll talk and then I'll turn it over for Colin to pick up what I might have missed. The request for more time. Quite frankly, there's no, I don't believe there's a basis for it. Ranger Power has negotiated for months in good faith with these neighbors, and they haven't come to an agreement. I will represent to you, and I know Colin will as well, that they will continue to negotiate in good faith with these neighbors and continue to work with them. They're all going to be neighbors for a long time. There's no reason to go into that relationship without at least working in good faith. Sometimes you just can't get to an agreement. But they have certainly attempted, and they spent time and money to have me prepare an agreement and present it to these folks, and frankly, that was used against them today, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. I have a suspicion, based on what we've heard today, that this, if you are to approve this, it will be appealed to the City Council. So that right there provides more time for Ranger, and again, they will absolutely in good faith do this, to continue to work with these neighbors. But on the matter with the street vacation earlier, there were real unanswered sort of engineering and technical and comprehensive plan and zoning code questions associated with that justified the extension. Those don't exist here. You didn't hear from staff at all that they have unanswered questions, that Ranger hasn't answered their questions or provided the materials. There's just, again, with all respect to all involved, there's just not a basis to grant that request for more time to continue this. If we're able to come to an agreement with them at some point, that's great. That would only lessen the information that you've had here today. They made their case. You have that. There's no benefit to continuing this further. With that, I'll stop. Colin, anything you'd like to cover?
Kind of hit all the points I was going to bring up. The last point I will hit on, I'm sorry if I came across to any of the neighbors as bully. That is certainly not our intention. The agreements referenced here today were our intent to try to answer some of the view shed issues that were brought up. The agreements have not been entered into at this time, but we will continue to work with the neighbors in every part of the project. We do want to be good neighbors for the life of the project, not just before construction. To be fair, it has been great working with all sides of this project. So thanks again. That's all.
How long is the construction phase?
We are basically limited by our leases. It's about a 12 to 16 month at the outset, but we're quoted estimates to 12 months or less. It's a very quick process.
When are you scheduled to start that construction phase? Do you have a time in mind?
So that really hinges on when the power is to be delivered. Usually that's part of the agreement with whoever's buying the power. They want it online by a certain time, and then we kind of backdate the construction to that. But we are hopeful. This goes back, we didn't get into the weeds here. We have applied for a queue position in SPP to study the effect of our power on the grid. That is moving right along. We hope to go into construction within the next 3 years if we can.
Tracy, did you have more?
I don't.
I just wanted
Sorry,
to piggyback
did you
on
say
that.
within the next 3 years?
If possible.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, that will be determined by the power purchase agreement. Yep.
But if you got a power purchase agreement tomorrow, you would
Right.
go into construction much sooner.
That's true.
Thanks.
Will the construction be phased? I mean, I'm assuming that maybe, you know, if you had an agreement with somebody, they might not want all of the power at once.
That's a great question. So there's part of the reason for solar projects of this size at all are economies of scale. So, partly because we have this large amount of power, we can sell it kind of at the most competitive rates that solar exists on the market. Part of that actually is factored into construction. So there's actually a lot of savings to building the entire project all at once. To that, just to kind of go back to that point, constructing the panels themselves and burying the lines, that's a very quick process. That can be done, we've been quoted, even on a project of this size, in less than 3 months. Again, manpower heavy, but that's done quickly. Some of the electrical kind of underpinnings of the project are what take a little longer, but the design is to build them at once.
I heard one of the neighbors mention, and so if you could kind of verify this, that you're not sure you're going to need all of this space.
Sorry, I did mean to address that, sorry. Currently, we are actually, I'm sorry if I gave that impression to anybody ever, we are currently very land challenged. The agreements that you saw, kind of, and the maps that you saw up there, mark a significant loss of investment and potential revenue, both for us and the landowner. We went out on a big limb, it was extremely generous, and it's frankly very difficult. We do need every acre we can possibly use at this time.
So that kind of answers my next question, but I was wondering if you would be willing to back off any of that particular outlot A and give them a little more breathing room around that subdivision.
Frankly, that was the design of these agreements. That's what we were trying to come to, and we're not forcing anybody to sign anything. This was an offering, so we hope to continue to work in that regard. When we initially started looking at the setback provisions as established in Lincoln's Code, as we've already discussed, there are the sort of side lot, front lot issues. And so, as defined in the definitions of these yards, sorry, not lots, the yards in the code, actually a lot of the land around these specific developments that we've heard from today were categorized as side lots. And so what that meant was that the code called for a 60-foot setback, which we, again, felt that this was not a good representation of what we wanted to do with the project, and so that's why we condition ourselves to set back to 100 feet. 100 feet is the condition that we're asking for across the project, and there's advantages to a uniform. But as I said, we will continue to work with the neighbors, and if there are conditions that exceed those that we can come to that are mutually beneficial, we will absolutely seek to do that.
So what I'm hearing is that if we approve the whole acreage that you want, acres, however you want to say that, it's not going to be built out right away. You're still going to be working with the neighbors and see if there's, some kind of solution that you guys can come up with. And it doesn't mean that, you might start down in the south portion building. Okay.
We do feel that there is time, even subject to, with all due respect to approval here, to work out agreements. We think that, there are ways forward to do this, and, the time and space to do that, absolutely.
So you've had a lease agreement for a couple of years with these out parcels that are outlots that we're talking about, and I'm assuming that, of course, the landowner has warranted that they have the full ability to lease this land to you. So in your estimation, would it be fair from your understanding as to where you stand today, that any subsequent discussion with adjacent landowners is being neighborly and not even necessary.
I hope I'm understanding your question correctly. I think it would be neighborly. And I think it would be the good faith thing to do, but it is.
I'm assuming that you are under the understanding that your client has appropriately leased this ground and can continue forward.
That is correct. Absolutely.
And so any additional outreach that you would do with the adjacent landowners would be neighborly, but not necessary.
That's right. It would be voluntary, not required, if that's a fair way to put it. And I will add, same with the 100-foot setback and same with the visual screening as well. I mean, those are all already efforts, commitments by Salt Creek Solar to address these concerns that the neighbors have raised and that planning staff raised, and I think they feel like we've addressed to their satisfaction.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. I'd entertain a motion then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would move that we approve special permit 19036.
Second, Joy.
Now, do you guys want that as amended by staff with the?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, discussion.
Comments?
Go for it.
I empathize with the acreage landowners on what they're saying, but if the developer still has control over that, we really have nothing we can do about that. And I think that has to be a negotiation between Ranger Power or Salt Creek Solar and the neighbors and back to the developer, because the developer would be losing the income if that area is removed from that. So I don't think that's something that we can place any effort or any value on. I think that's in the negotiations to follow.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why I do support this motion is it does appear to match the comprehensive plan, the 40-year plan with the life of the solar farm. I do encourage the property owners that spoke today to please contact your developer and really work on that issue, because you do have some time here. And to get those significant issues balanced between the property owners, that's really an important aspect. I do feel like they have addressed the concerns of the fire with contacting the fire departments with support financially with that also. And the amendments with the decommissioning and the aspect of the water use with no component storage on site. So it felt like it really worked with what we're charged with as planning commissioners.
Mm-hmm.
And I would just echo what Mr. Campbell said, and just ensuring that you continue the friendly conversations with the neighbors. And again, unfortunately, hands are tied.
You know, in our report, it says that this project meets all the conditions of the special permit. So we have a hard time, you know, finding a reason not to agree to it when, you know, they're meeting all of the checklists. And I'm not going to say it as eloquently as a former commissioner has, but it's hard to not claim property that is next to you as your own. You have a vested interest in it. And unfortunately, the only way that you can do that is if you own that property as well. And I know for most of us anyway, for me anyway, you can't just go out and buy that land. Then you really do control it. But this is one of those fine lines with the property rights. So I will be supporting the application as well because it does meet the requirements. Jerry?
Okay, this is for the conditional approval of special permit 19036 as amended. Albadre?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Finnegan?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Ryman Yost?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Motion carried 8-0.
I do want to remind everyone that the public hearing on special permit 19035 is being delayed to October 2nd, 2019, as the applicant desires to submit a revision to their application. At this time, is there any ex parte oops, nope, reading the wrong stuff here. Anyone wishing to speak on an item that's not on the agenda? All right, thank you.
We are adjourned.
Yes, we're adjourned.